these ones usually. Yeah. But the story is that our project is the first project to be nominated as decarbonization in Australia. So So you be yeah.
Yes,
No, sorry, I'm sorry about it. Yeah. So Naimah, yeah. Are you in university? Same here. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yang ini ya Kak? Oh yeah, it sits easy. Okay, yeah. The key is to press it really hard. Oh, okay. Thank you. I think I would rather prefer that one though. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll go with this one. Yay! Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it's all good. I'll prefer to use this one. I think this, yeah. Thank you so much. No problem.
Yes, I'm done.
Olivia, everything okay? stays the same every year, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
That's
And so I just need to get the order so the order is Naimah, then Djoko, and then
and all of this, it's just up at the top, right? All of this. Okay, yeah, good. Great.
I'll be to I need to have Okay, good morning everybody, and good morning everybody to this last day of the Indonesia update. And just to let you know, we're taking names who gets here early on Saturday morning, and they go down in the good books as the very the very good people. But anyway, welcome to this very interesting session. There's a lot of delights ahead for you. On adaptation and gender equity, and we've got three really wonderful speakers. I'll introduce them one by one as they speak, I think. And our first speaker is Naimah L. Talib, who's coming back to her alma mater, to the ANU, graduate of Crawford, but she's currently a social development specialist at the World Bank for East Asia and the Pacific. So, silakan.
Thank you so much, Ibu.
And you know you've got 20 minutes and all that, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Naimah, and today, before start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where we gather today, the Hunawal and Ngamri peoples, and pay my respect to the elders past, present, and emerging. So today, my presentation is on relational justice in climate adaptation, K-work in small-scale seawall infrastructure in Sangihe archipelagic district. So just a bit of background of this, my PhD study. It's a slice of that, and I would like to share it with you and getting your feedback. This is a work in progress, so please be nice. So yesterday's presentation has been highlighting the impacts of climate change on everyday lives of people. Just very quickly on how it has been impacting small island communities in Sangihe. Sangihe is an archipelagic district in North Sulawesi province in Indonesia, and one of the most visible and severe impact that has been happening is caused by a very massive and more frequent tidal flooding in the past decade, and it's even more severe in the last 5 years. And to responding to that, the local government is building a small-scale seawall along the Tahuna Bay. And part of this presentation would like to discuss how the seawall has been built in consultations and participation, and taking into account the fishing communities that living in Sangir Besar. Sangir Besar is the green on the map there. It's the main island in Sangihe. So Sangihe itself has 120 islands, and out of 120 islands, only 20 islands that are populated, with a number of 138,000 population spread across 20 islands, mostly living in Sangir Besar, and that's also where government offices, the cash economies taking place. So if you could see there, the road is pretty empty because don't imagine it like Java or a small island near Java. It's not super crowded place. But if you like to see a crowd, you should go to Tawo. Tawo is the traditional market where people are selling vegetables, fish, and daily necessities. And as you could see, the economy is pretty much driven by fishing and also agriculture activities, such as production of copra, dried coconut that ready to be extracted for its oil, cloves, and nutmegs. And Sangihe ethnic group is Sangir, a majority still Sangir. Sangir identified themselves as indigenous people, with some internal migrants from other parts of Sulawesi, such as Manado, Bitung, Tagulandang, Biaro, and also Javanese people who have been migrating in the 70s and 80s. And this is a glimpse of, I hope it do a little bit of justice to smaller island. So out of that 20 populated island, this is the other, apart from Sangir Besar, this island called Beng Darat, pretty much the same. The local economy of the people living in this island, driven by fishing and agriculture at household, very, very small scale household subsistence, with excess being sold to communities living in that island or being sold to Sangir Besar. So from this island in the southeast of Sangir Besar, they have to travel by boat around 40 minutes to reach the main island, where they would find the market, where cash economies is pretty much happening there. So just a little bit background, my PhD looking at the multi-scalar political processes of mega infrastructure, so seeing how communities interacting with ports in North Jakarta and in Sangihe, also looking at the historical political economies of the mega infrastructure and connectivity idea. However, when I did my fieldwork in Sangihe, as I interacted with local communities, I found something interesting and rather different with what usually occur in North Jakarta. So in Sangihe, people seems to be accepting and taking care, doing small-scale maintenance, everyday cleaning, use with care of the seawall. So that's a bit intriguing, knowing that the seawall has not been very accepted in many places in Indonesia. So I put this in a working folder of my PhD, which I'm working now at the moment. And also that bridge to my next slide, that not all adaptation should be an infrastructure. That's very important, and I would like to take a few minutes to explain. This wonderful women called Laras Berkah is a group of women that adapting to climate change in different way, and that works for them. So they formed a group of 15 people, the numbers keep growing now, and they work with the village government, being supported by sub-district head, to use the village-owned land, just a patch of land in the middle of Banyumas, highland of Banyumas, Central Java, where they are forming several smaller groups and working using whatever means available, getting a little bit of support from the agriculture agency at the district level, and they arrange themselves to work according to their working schedule, availability of their working schedule. And they are working with their peers pretty much. So they say that they're having a good time by chatting with their friends while working. And every day, they usually take 2 to 3 hours in the garden, where the produce would be distributed among themselves and the excess would be sold to other community members with an affordable price. And you should check their Instagram at Laras Berkah. Next is nature-based solution. So we know that mangrove forest is a natural protection from coastal erosions. And in many places, mangrove forest has degraded because land use changed to oil palm, to aquaculture, shrimps, aquaculture at large scale. And in several places, such as in North Kalimantan, where mangrove forest has been degraded very significantly in the past decade, several community members, such as one in Nunukan Island, they keep the mangrove forest intact while using that sustainably. And this woman here, they're using the mangrove, extract the mangrove for their colors and dye the colors to coloring the fan, where they could sell it in the city, in Tarakan. And this is a little bit of part of my field work. That's the socio-spatial mapping, where you could see different shapes. There are heart, question mark, and square. I hope someone would like to ask about this in the... Oh, right. Yeah, thank you so much. You could ask me more about that in the question and answer session, but pretty much it's trying to give a sense of how the community is trying to map the ecological and infrastructural change and how that means to them. So In the FGDs, this drawing is drawn by a group of women in an FGD, and in that FGD, communities, the women group, feel that the seawall brings some sort of protection in terms of physical protection, built infrastructure that could protect the houses, their shops from tidal waves. And later on the next slide, I will show you how this seawall in particular has built-in stone stairs so that fishers could still access the sea and still be able to dock their boats, which are very important for the communities in Sangihe. And apart from its material function as a tidal wave breaker, there is also a sense of security, so a perceived sense or symbols where the seawall provides some sort of protections. As one of the women said, that by looking at there is something there in front of our houses, we know that usually the tidal flooding would just hit directly to our settlements, to our houses. Now we have something in between. And it's very important to see what kind of infrastructure that enable care work to happen. The first one is, of course, the peoples and social capital. Sangihe is a close-knitted community, so the social capital there is pretty much still intact. And in some cases where there is internal migrants, for instance, from Java or other part of Sulawesi, these communities also feel that they are closer to a Sangir than their original quote-unquote identity as a Javanese, for instance. The second infrastructure of care is the financing aspect of that, or the resources. The development of the seawall itself is built using the provincial and district budgets. It took 10 years for quote-unquote only 8-kilometer micro-scale, small-scale infrastructure. So it took a while because of shift in priorities and also budget constraints. However, once the seawall is built, then the care work in the act of everyday cleaning of the seawall, repainting of the seawall is handled by individuals. So each patch of the seawall in front of someone's house, that person would take care of that part of the seawall. They would do the cleaning and also kind of communal work in doing gotong royong in cleaning the seawall. And one of the ladies said, young people like to hang out there, sitting there, because it's nice and breezy, bringing their coffee and have a chat. They would remind each other to use the seawall with care, not to leave the trash there, because it's part of the community's infrastructure. And in terms of regulations and policy as the infrastructure that enable care, for this particular work of care, it's rather informal, maybe for good, and it's organic, community-based, so there is no any like strong mobilization to do any kind of organized care work. And in terms of governance, I think as a small island community, very close-knitted, and they pretty much still live within traditional norms and adat norms as well. So the tua-tua, or indigenous elders, still have a strong say within the community. And in this particular development of the seawall and the everyday maintenance and use with care of the seawall, the indigenous elders pretty much supporting the communities and working with the sub-district head in governing the work, especially the ones that involving communal work regularly. Thank you so much. So one important aspect of why I think the seawall is being rather accepted in Sangihe and probably not in other places, one important explanation I think would be the real political space to influence. So as I mentioned briefly earlier, that during the construction, the design phase of the seawall, unfortunately, in one section of the seawall, there was 25 households that needed to be relocated because they have to be moved back around 30 meters inland. They are too close to the shore, where it's unsafe for them to stay there with the changing of the tidal floodings, the frequency, the severity, and the impacts. So these 25 households, ironically, becomes the relocation, becomes the mediation for consultations to happen. So consultations limitedly happening to this 25 affected household, and where this household, through different kind of interests, different groups, the fishers groups, the women's group, they have different interests, different ideas and needs. So the fishers, they are requesting to still being able to access the sea, because the sea is their main source of livelihoods and part of the Sangir identities as small islanders. And the women, they interestingly could recall what they asked during the design phase in 2017. They said that they would like to still enjoy the breeze from the sea, so they don't want to see all that blocking the view. So they want to still have the view of Tahuna Bay. And that conversation was facilitated by local government. So there is a long conversation between engineers, local communities, and local government. Each of them have their own, of course, limitations and interests. Local government's very concerned with time and budgets. Engineers, they want to have the very technical, sound, engineered seawall, and local communities, they have the needs to have direct access to the sea, to have a protection as well. And it's very also intriguing to understand that it took 10 years to build the seawall, truly. It's 8-kilometer stretch of seawall, but it took a long time because local administration changed. And of course, Sangihe is pretty much not a rich district, so they have a limited fiscal capacity. And also other things that to consider in the care work is that the inconsistent policy at the macro level, at the upstream level, could undermine community level adaptations. So it's very worrying to see that if the climate change policies, regulations, the approach at the broader level is not supporting what the community has been done at much smaller scale, then the community-based adaptation at risk of not being sustainable. So they would patch that tiny hole, but the bigger hole is in the making. So it's concerning. And in terms of time use, of course, care work requires time use, especially unpaid care work. It's being unpaid, it's voluntary. In intensifying precarity and economic pressure, this asks questions around ethical of unpaid care work. What if one of the community members would rather getting paid to do that? Would that challenge the social norms, for instance, or not so much? And I would just go to here, but just show that some form of consultations happening, and genuine participation, truly. Like yesterday presentations, I think Budayu and some other speakers mentioning stakeholder engagement, genuine space to influence. I think not only being invited to a consultation, but truly being able to have a say on the table and being explained. Getting an explanation if it's not possible to have, for instance, in this particular small-scale seawall, there is still negotiations and contestations of ideas. For instance, not all fishers could dock their boat in their original space. They have to walk 700 meters, some of them. Why? Because by building the seawall, there is a change in ecological and biophysical structure of the coastal areas, which was not like its original biophysical structure. So that kind of situations were explained to the community. So look, we have this seawall being built. We're trying to cater your needs, but we have limitations in terms of budgets, and some of you have to dock your boats 700 meters down the line. Would you be accepting that? And as long as I think openness and transparency are built and maintained, truly that space to engage in a more meaningful way is available. So, yeah, a little bit of key takeaways without being repetitive too much. So, care work voluntarily emerge when the infrastructure for care is set up. So enabling ecosystem is very critical. And in reading the situations, we have to be careful in understanding the past historical interactions between state and society, and how we could navigate the emerging present political economy and try to work through that. And the most, I think, important point here is that meaningful participation and genuine political space to influence are very important. And I wasn't mentioned on previous slide, but compensated and rehoused are not enough. So the 25 households that were relocated were given a plot of land. So they were moved 30 meters back inland. They were provided a plot of land much smaller than their original space, but they were given a certificate for land use for 25 years, and everyone received a flat 15 million rupees to rebuild their house. So to some extent, it's very, very important to be pragmatic, but to also see that life is beyond housing and livelihoods. People have connections to the sea, and if they see the sea is part of their identities, then I think it's really worth the time to take into account small island communities' priorities and values into the design of a certain infrastructure or any interventions. And the questions around sustainability and ethics, of course, this care work can only work and be sustainable if there is a consistent, strong, and clear policy, regulations, the enabling environment at the macro level. This small kind of initiative won't be sustainable, and it's at threat of being misused. So communities are being asked to quote-unquote do their job without a clear kind of supporting policies and regulations at the global and national level, at the macro level. And lastly, small island and islandness, quoting Uma Kotari's islandness, I think it's something that is very exciting in terms of ontological and practical policy implications. So being a small island, or that sense of islandness, I think in Indonesia, archipelagic state with thousands of islands would be rather different with the ones in the Pacific, a small island developing states. That's something to explore that has not much been explored, I think, in Indonesia. So I will stop here and would like to acknowledge these wonderful people here. Some of you are sitting there. For their various supports and care and attention and love that were given to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really found this concept of care work in infrastructure adaptation very interesting and something for us to really think about. Our next speaker is Professor Djoko Santoso Abi Suroso from ITB in Bandung, and he's keeping us in the coastal areas, but talking about urban climate change adaptation on the north coast of Java. So thank you very much.
Okay, fine. Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi. I'm very glad that Pak Budi and Budayu include adaptation topic in this event. Although to be put in day 2, I believe it doesn't mean that to position adaptation as second priority. I will understand that mitigation is important, therefore Indonesia should contribute to the global mitigation action. However, in the context of Indonesia, we must put high priority to adaptation and put more resources on that. Since 2008, I have been assessing climate change impact in all sectors: water, health, food security, marine and coastal ecosystem. And for the last 2 years, I was asked by Pertamina Oil and Gas Company, PLN, electricity company, as well as ManID, to assess the impact to their business because they experience reduction of productivity. And then also there is an indicative loss due to climate change stated by Ibu Sri Mulyani for 3 years, 2020 until 2023, about $30 billion. So, before I start into the detail, I just I just want to give you briefly context that in terms of adaptation, actually only become the focus of global society since the publication of such assessment report in 2001. And Indonesia actually just started to focus on adaptation after COP13 in Bali yesterday, Bu Kuki mentioned COP13 in Bali. 2008, I was asked by Ministry of Environment to formulate the methodology to assess the impact of climate change. So after that, 2010, for example, Bappenas published Indonesian Climate Change Sectoral Roadmap containing strong science basis for adaptation, and then also National Action Plan on Climate Change Adaptation, RAN-API. And right now, actually, Minister of Environment still preparing the National Adaptation Plan. Before I'm going into the detail, I just want to show you that basically coastal flooding along the north coast of Java is interaction among global sea level rise, river flooding, and then the most important one actually land subsidence, as well as the degradation of mangrove. So the question is which factor actually most important in the north coast of Java, because the characteristic physically, geologically, north coast of Java consisting of coastal alluvial, so still undergoing compaction actually. Usually because of groundwater overpump, then we have the case of land subsidence. You can see the figure actually, land subsidence is much higher than global sea level rise. You can see here, just in the order of milli, and the land subsidence in the order of centi. In Jakarta, there is data for mixed land use, industrial, usually like what I observe in Semarang, in industrial zone, they have a very high rate of land subsidence. I think because they pump groundwater. This is just to show you that theoretically, spatial plan could reduce the risk of disaster or the risk of climate change impact. However, from my research, I found that the spatial plan even increase the risk because facilitate the conversion of land use from especially mangrove along the coast into industry, housing, etc. Yeah, I want to cover these three questions basically. So in this slide, I just would like to briefly explain the difference between risk and resilient concept. Resilient emphasizes on the adaptive capacity, transformational change, and governance capacity. Therefore, beyond technical outcome, which is a governance process that adapt over time involving trade-off, stakeholder engagement, and institutional capacity. There are three dimensions: policy integration, ecological responsiveness, and participatory planning. So let me explain one by one from Jakarta first. This is the situation. Coastal flooding come from sea as well as from river. And then the right figure, you can see the rate of land subsidence. Yeah, sorry. Actually, to respond the flood, we can see the historical flood in Jakarta. Jakarta has significantly been shaped by historical path dependent to the city's grey colonial hydrological infrastructure. So it is not surprising that, in 1995, during Suharto's government, he issued presidential decree to reclaim north coast of Jakarta. This policy driven by consortium of major property developer called now known as Sembilan Naga, Nine Dragon. Yeah. So because of this histories, actually after the reform era, the idea of Jakarta reclamation stopped, but emerged again when Jakarta experienced major flood in 2007. Unfortunately, again, because the response rooted in the infrastructure, so in trying to solve the problem, they came with the idea of giant seawall. I think 2 days ago, President Prabowo make statement that government will build 500 kilometer giant seawall along the north coast of Java. I think we must critically review this policy. Otherwise, in my opinion, will further degrade the coastal ecosystem, the north coast of Java. So, in the name of climate change adaptation, they built a giant seawall. Actually, there is a kind of hidden agenda here, reclassification of coastal zone for large-scale commercial function, including here 17 island of reclamation. Okay, so this is basically the conclusion from Jakarta. Giant seawall doesn't address the root problem of land subsidence. It serves the capital accumulation through the promise of land reclamation and real estate profit more than adaptation. And then also creating a false sense of security. So on the short term, it feels safe. However, on the long term, the model said that can, the seawall can fail, something like this. And then also the adaptation planning follows the logic of politic of possibility. Yeah. Okay. Now we come to Semarang. This is the situation. The right zone indicate that the area inundation can be up to 3 meters high. And then the right figure showing that resilient index. So we can see the eastern Semarang, the resilient index less than the west one. So in responding this problem, I think, as I said before, Jakarta and Semarang quite similar in the context of land subsidence, quite high. In responding of this, Semarang assisted by ASEAN program, ASEAN City Resilient Network and 100 Resilient City, try to see water as not a problem rather than as leverage, which bring great opportunities and benefits. This is the concept. So there are 3 basic concepts. Water neutral industry, as I said before, because groundwater over pump, pumping the groundwater excessively, and then also resilient kampung network, as well as integrated protective coastal development. However, this concept remain unimplemented, even again, private property developer behind the policy in local government. They even further reclaim. And then I did this figure in 2019. We still can see quite wide mangrove, good mangrove and recovering actually. But now government decided to build highway seawall, and then the upper one to be used for highway. So it's contradicted here. So meaning that now, last year I came here, I didn't see this again. Because, the tidal prevented to come to the mangrove area. This is actually a few years ago, I advised Ministry of Public Work at the time, if we want to save the mangrove Eastern Semarang, we should apply hybrid approach. So making gate something. We did the model and the result is if we still we still open through the gate, so the tidal water could still make the mangrove live. But government didn't listen. Yes, thank you. So this is basically the conclusion from Semarang. I think the most important point is that I already mentioned all, but this is, even though climate adaptation has strong inclusive emphasis on participatory planning, very unfortunate that last year one of the local figure got Kalpataru Award for pioneering to rehabilitate mangrove. But if the government continue this plan, of course the mangrove will disappear. Okay, that's from Semarang. Then 5 minutes
Yeah, 5 minutes, yeah.
later, so I should go fast. Pak Budi always remind us, remind me about the time. So for the Surabaya, we see with different characteristic in terms of the land subsidence less, and the unique one in Surabaya is expanding land but slowly sinking. You can see here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that is why. I mean, this basically the, Surabaya showing expanding land but slowly sinking, and then there is no large-scale national level project in Surabaya. So probably we can see this is as an opportunity to prioritize nature-based adaptation. Also, there is strong community involvement. Once time there was a case of Spat Reservoir designated for public flood buffer zone, but plan again for private real estate project through protest, competition, etc. There was kind of win-win solution. So this is the original one. They still keep the reservoir. Okay, yeah, this is the conclusion for Surabaya. Basically, the lack of large national intervention is an opportunity for Surabaya to develop and incorporate nature-based adaptation in the planning framework. We can see in 1991, when I did my PhD in University of Queensland, this is I took from my PhD thesis. I still show relatively undisturbed mangrove in the eastern part of Surabaya, but now the situation is like this. However, still good. Surabaya actually in the spatial plan still plan this area as a conservation area. This is, I think, to be converted into fish pond. Fish pond. Okay, so yeah, 1 minute. This is the last slide. Yeah. So I try to compare using three indicators: policy integration, ecological responsiveness, and participatory planning. Jakarta integration remain weak. Adaptation goals are present in spatial plan but not effectively embedded in the detailed plan. Semarang donor-driven project like ASEAN shape early vision but lack institutional continuation and remain dependent to private funding. Surabaya local plan include climate element and land use. No national spot. Coordination is weak. Green infrastructure ideas remain conceptual. Ecological responsiveness, nature-based solutions are largely absent or tokenistic. National infrastructure projects often override local ecological priorities. Mangrove loss is severe despite conservation commitment. Participatory planning, participants remain symbolic. Evictions are justified in the name of flood control, politic of visibility. As I said before, that in the name of doing climate change adaptation, actually, they allocate the area for real estate and commercial. Participant is stronger in Semarang and Surabaya. Civil society has influence in some cases like Spat Reservoir. So, as conclusion, this is the three conclusion. And then the last statement, resilience is not simply a technical agenda, but a deeply political and ecological one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Djoko, for that really interesting talk. And I think it really built on the lessons from the first paper in terms of about policy integration, ecological responsiveness, and participatory planning. So we're building up a very nice set of issues here to be discussed in a moment. But we have one more speaker, Dr. Mia Siscawati from Universitas Indonesia, who's an anthropologist. Yay! And and who's from the and also she has been head of the is it called Pusat Kajian Gender, so she's a feminist, and she's also got a real interest in local level ecological movements and so on. And her paper is about advancing gender perspectives in climate policy in Indonesia's peatlands. So over to you.
Thank you, Katie. I'll set a stopwatch as I sometimes talk too long. All right. Okay. So, good morning. My name is Mia Siscawati. I'm from Universitas Indonesia. First of all, I'd like to thank Mas Budi and Mbak Dayu for inviting me to join the Indonesia Update Conference 2025. Today, I will talk about critical examination of gender-responsive peatland policies from a feminist political ecology perspective. Okay, this is, going backward. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh.
This is it from. All right. Okay, this is the key points of my talk. So let me start with feminist political ecology that serves as my analytical lens. Feminist political ecology, abbreviated to FPE, is emerged as a subfield of political ecology in the 90s. This approach focuses on how gender and social dimensions such as ethnicity, class, religion, age, occupation, status of marriage, etc., contribute to the politics of resource access and control within households, communities, state, and market. This approach also adopts intersectionality approach, which investigates how intersecting power relations influence social relations across diverse societies as well as individual experiences in everyday life. By adopting this approach, FPE examines how gender norms intersect with various social dimensions I mentioned before, shape multidimensional inequalities and injustices. FPE then pays close attention to gendered and intersectional processes and impacts within the politics of environmental degradation and conservation. Let me talk about peatlands now. I have a special connection with peatlands. So I actually also come from multidisciplinary academic background. As an undergraduate student in forestry, I did my first work in peatlands in Riau, Sumatra in 1989. It was peat swamp forest managed by a logging company. So 2 months field work in that logging company extracted the peat swamp forests actually was the experience that led me to get interested in gender and forestry. So my work in peatlands continued with my undergraduate thesis research, 4 months in East Kalimantan, also in logging company. This time, a state-owned logging company that extracted peat swamp forests in East Kalimantan. So 30 years later, I returned, 25 years later, I returned, it's gone, the forest gone. So recently, I have returned to peatlands, this time in Central Kalimantan, through an ongoing collaborative research between Universitas Indonesia and University of Melbourne in examining options of sustainable peatlands livelihoods. I have a colleague here from the University of Melbourne, Mbak Ririn, who is with me in this collaborative work. Peatlands are a type of wetland whose soils contain a high proportion of partially decayed organic matter and retain an incredible amount of carbon. Indonesia has approximately 36% of the world tropical peatlands. Indonesia's peatlands, mostly located in the islands of Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua, those 3 islands I work really closely, contribute up to 74% of Indonesia's natural climate solutions mitigation potential. The protection and restoration of Indonesia's remaining peatlands are key to achieving Indonesia's emission reduction targets in the land use section by 2030. In addition to carbon storage, Indonesia peatlands also provide a broad array of ecosystem services, including habitat for biodiversity and water regulation. Certain peatlands in Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, actually homelands for indigenous peoples and local communities. For rural people in Mantangai Subdistrict, Kapuas District, Central Kalimantan Province, where the researchers from UI and University of Melbourne now currently working, peatlands resources have been the main sources of their livelihood for many years. Men and women of various social groups in that area have managed peatland resources using the place-based knowledge and wisdoms. Anyway, Blackwater peat ecosystem in this picture is actually a natural blackwater ecosystem. It is home to a diverse range of aquatic life, including many fish species. Fish are an important part of the peatland ecosystem in Central Kalimantan, providing food sources for larger predators such as birds, reptiles, and mammals. And fish also, of course, very important sources of food for people in Mantangai. Peatland ecosystem in Mantangai also provide wild, edible, and medicinal plants. Women of various social groups in Mantangai, especially the elders and the traditional midwives, have rich knowledge on these plants. Peatlands in Mantangai also provide a variety of non-timber forest products, including different kinds of rattan and other plants that serve as raw materials for weaving products for the women. Again, in managing these peatland natural resources for the weaving products, the women use so-called local-based ecological knowledge and wisdom. Women are both heavily dependent and actively engaged in the use and management of peatlands. However, their roles and contributions are often overlooked by policymakers, many related parties, sometimes including researchers as well as NGOs working with them. As I mentioned before, women in Mantangai of Central Kalimantan have managed peatlands resources for food, traditional medicines, weaving products, other marketable products, and other products that support their life. However, although the peatlands really contribute very critical roles in their life, peatlands in Mantangai and other central areas in Kalimantan have been severely degraded and destroyed over the past 5 decades as a result of successive forms of resource extractions since the 90s, 70s. So my own undergraduate thesis research in logging companies, also my fieldwork in logging companies, in peat swamp forests, that's part of the extractive process of the peatlands. Destruction and peatlands in Mantangai then continued with the development of the mega rice project Sawah Sejuta Hektar in mid-1990s by President Suharto, who envisioned the peatlands of Central Kalimantan as the ideal landscape of a project establishing intensive Javanese-style wet rice production. And it's actually not culturally sensitive because the indigenous peoples there manage the peatlands wisely using their ecological knowledge and wisdoms, not in a style of Javanese-style wet rice production. The mega rice project failed and in fact contributed to the problems of land and forest fires in that area in 1997 and 1998. So I did another paper on the underlying causes of the forest fires in 1997 and 1998. Land and forest fire disasters in Central Kalimantan and also happened in Mantangai at that time, then actually happened again and continued until 2015. These further degraded the peatlands and intensified gendered and intersectional impacts. And we've heard the 2015 fire, as Mbak Dayu mentioned yesterday in her presentation, led President Djoko Widodo ordered a full ban on land burning supported by various national and provincial policies in 2016. That land that ban on land burning really then affected the local community. Although the policies provide special exception for indigenous farmers who apply place-based knowledge and wisdom on land burning in the productive areas under 2 hectares, intensive criminalization of small-scale land burning activities made indigenous farmers in Mantangay decided to completely stop swidden and dry land agriculture practices. This created a problem of food security at the household level. This also created problem of knowledge. Even now they lost the seeds. All the seeds, like many different kind of the local varieties of paddy, gone. The development, the failure of mega rice project, also the land and forest fires in Central Kalimantan and also in Mantangay has happened since 1997, got the peak in 2015, did not stop policymakers to develop another food estate project. It's a mega rice project reborn. So started in 2020, the development of food estate projects in peatlands in Kapuas district of Central Kalimantan, which includes Mantangay area, reached almost 1,800 hectares in Mantangay only, contributed to further destruction of peatlands. The food estate projects adopt industrialized food security approach that view peatlands as idle, empty, and uninhabited land available for conversion. This is interesting that the implementation of the projects actually welcomed and involved by the elite villagers, mostly men though. The men of the social, like lower social class, really like actually they suffer at the same time, but then few of them then work as workers or buruh for this food estate projects, but very limited. And of course, as a result, peatlands destruction have intensified gendered and intersectional impacts. So the impacts, we cannot just say the impacts for Mantangay people. Mantangay people is not homogeneous people. Oh, the impact for women. Oh, women of Mantangay people are not homogeneous. They're women of the household, the poor women of the household, the poor women of the household who have people with disability in their household. They struggle a lot. As peatlands in Mantangay area degraded and the indigenous farmers completely stopped dry land farming, many households struggle with problems of food and livelihoods securities. Now they had to buy rice and also food. So stop the Sweden agriculture farming is not only making them not having rice, but not having also wild edible plants that usually also appear in the ladang or in the Sweden area. In addition, the degraded peatlands that made the catch of freshwater fishes and the availability of wild edible plants declining. Many young men decided to join artisanal gold mining. Some people call it illegal mining, but who's legal and illegal? This is something that some papers discuss about that. Anyway, they joined the gold mining and upstream areas to get cash income. And of course, the mining areas then contributed to more degradation of the peatlands. Their wives stay in the villages, managing the remaining and limited peatland resources. But this is not an easy task anymore. Female elders shared that the numbers of female weavers declining as they face difficulties in getting raw materials from the degraded peatlands. They also worried that the place-based knowledge and wisdoms in weaving the different kinds of rattans might be disappearing. Poverty and social uncertainties have contributed to the practices of child marriage in the area. This is not tradition. It's like now is strengthening the practices of child marriage. What is child marriage? The marriage of the individual below 18. And Central Kalimantan is considered as a province with a very high child marriage practices in Indonesia. And Indonesia, by the way, is number 7 in the in terms of the child marriage. Number 2 in Southeast Asia after Cambodia. So the child marriage practices also contributed to the problem of maternal mortality and stunting. Statistically, not too high, but we cannot just like close our eyes when this problem happen nowadays. People with disabilities, vulnerable, and marginal groups within communities experience more barrier. Now let's talk about, that's problems. If we discuss that problems, we can continue until 2 a.m. in the morning. Now, how's the implementation of the peatland policies? Mbak Dayu yesterday already gave us a very complete picture of the policies. And I will just talk about from the perspective of the implementation of the policies based on the what is I call preliminary lessons learned from Mantangai, because this is ongoing research. So basically, there are three main policies for peatlands: protection of peatlands, then sustainable management of peatlands, and then restoration of peatlands. And these three policies actually really, in the implementation, it's like they must adopt the gender mainstreaming policy established by the presidential order, and then also at the level of the ministry, especially the Ministry of Forestry, they have policy on gender mainstreaming in forestry. I will talk about the second, the implementation of the second policy. So the sustainable management of peatlands. So one of the policy is the policy on the social forestry. Mbak Dayu also mentioned yesterday. So the case of social forestry program in one village in Mantangai, this is interesting. One village submitted the application of village forest. So there are 5 schemes within social forestry. Village forest is one of them. So they submitted the application, and then actually, the villagers work with the NGO from Java. The process was very quick, very quick, and women were very limitedly involved. So men of social lower class also are really not involved. And the involvement of the social forestry program mostly dominated by the elite men based on the kinship. Then let me talk about the restoration. This is the policy, especially the implementation. So there are 3 R's: rewedding, revegetation, and revitalization of community livelihood. So the 2 R's, the 2 first R's, the implementation in Mantangai is mostly both based on the projects, and also there are problems because of the elite involvement, and also mostly men of the elite families. The revitalization of community livelihood through the Desa Mandiri program, this is interesting. This program, actually, it was managed by BRGM. This is National Agency on the Peatland Restoration, and now Peatland and Mangrove, and just disappeared, deleted by the President Prabowo. But this actually institution has adopted the gender mainstreaming and women empowerment approach. In one of the villages in Mantangai, namely Say Ahas, the implementation of this program very interesting. They involve women, although the women who are involved mostly from elite families. But interestingly, a few years later, after the program, just recently, we have news that the ex-head of that village brought to the jail because of the corruption of this program. So, yeah. So another policy is National Strategy on Peatland Management. This is by Bappenas. So the key question that we need to ask when reviewing this nice paper on this policy is the strategy for whom and by whom. And where is the position of women, people with disability, vulnerable and marginal groups in the national strategy on peatlands? How could people of Mantangai, especially diverse women, people with disability, vulnerable groups and marginal groups, benefit from this national strategy? Then there's another policy. This is issued by the Ministry of Women Empowerment. It's called National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change. Then they pay attention more on the adaptation, and they need more attention on gender and intersectional dimension on climate change mitigation. But then again, the main challenge of this implementation of this national action plan would be how the sectoral ministries actually could adopt this national action plan and could view gender mainstreaming not only about involving women, but really about restructuring the policy and program so that it will not contribute to the gender inequalities and injustices. Okay, this is almost the last slide, Kathy. So then in order to really develop the gender responsive, even I would like to suggest gender transformative policies on sustainable peatlands management. This is we need really to adopt the transformative approach that really transform harmful gender dynamics and norms at many levels, not only at the household and community levels, but also at the state levels. Then highly needed steps. This is the steps that we need to do. This is in order to apply these two steps. Actually, the policymakers need to pay attention of the several key components: the political component, the economic component, and the socio-cultural components. Paying attention on political component means to have democratic, decolonial, decentralized, equitable, and inclusive processes of development of policies and programs and sustainable peatland management. Paying attention on economic component doesn't mean only to increase the income, but the program need to accommodate livelihood strategies that allow community members, including women, people with disabilities, vulnerable groups, and marginalized groups, to have good quality of life, good well-being, security, and justice. And paying attention to socio-cultural component means to build ethical, culturally responsive, equitable, and inclusive sustainable peatland policies that pay attention on the problems of social injustices, gender inequalities, and all forms of violence, including gender-based violence. Talking about violence, they have been facing violence since the extraction of the peatlands since 1970s. So lessons learned from Mantangai. This is just like a practical lessons learned that the implementation of programs on sustainable peatland management needs to adopt bottom-up approach and active participation of diverse women, including women head of the households, vulnerable and marginal groups within community. Lastly, in order to ensure their active participation, and not only those from elite families, all parties that will be involved need to closely work with various relevant formal and informal groups and pay attention on addressing gender and social inequalities within communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. And I think Ibu Bia really deepened our understanding of how we actually bring about these processes of local participation and local engagement in these adaptation procedures. Now we've got time for questions. We've got one hand up already. Okay, we'll go 1, 2, 3 eager beavers here. So please say who you are and ask one brief question.
Hi, Craig Thorburn, formerly of the former School of Geography and Environmental Science at Monash University. Actually, I think I'm still an affiliate of the Indonesia Study Program there. My question is for Naimah. We heard from some of the speakers yesterday about the very, very low level of public awareness and support for climate change mitigation and adaptation in Indonesia. I was quite surprised by that. But anyway, in your focus group discussion, you had the village women putting little love hearts, on their adaptation project there. So my question is, do they see themselves as, is climate change part of their worldview? Do they see themselves as climate change victims and as adaptation warriors? And if so, how can we mobilize their experience and their attitudes and their discourse towards improving public understanding and perhaps political support for climate change adaptation in both North Sumatra and Indonesia more broadly? Thank you.
Can you pass the microphone to Howard? But we'll have Afi and then Howard. You've got the mic?
Thank you, yes.
All right, Howard then Afi, okay.
Okay, I congratulate all three speakers, a fascinating panel, but I have a specific question for Pak Djoko, and it relates to Mark Howden's presentation yesterday, that the instability caused by climate change will worsen exponentially and very quickly. So it seems to me that most of the work done so far, which of course is not satisfactory for the reasons you show, is more or less thinking in terms of straight line projections. And we need to be thinking in terms, as I said, of worsening exponential instability. The question is therefore, do you see pathways within local governments in Semarang and Surabaya, and also provincial governments, so that the scientific knowledge that is necessary to reformulate climate adaptation policies will be scientifically based. Thank you.
Okay, now, Afi, yes, please, thank you.
I actually have two questions.
Loud.
Okay.
You can have another turn later.
Okay, I'll have another turn later. But
Yeah.
one thing is, it's just a mention on whether the explanations on the presentation have relations to the Rencana Aksi Nasional on Gender and Perubahan Iklim. I'm very interested to know, because it's on the gender base, this is probably one documents that were 3 ministries have been working together, and whether that would be touching upon Mia's, what you've been, the documents?
Yep.
Rencana Aksi Nasional, Gender dan Perubahan Iklim, both for the mitigation and adaptation.
Okay, thank you. So that's perfect. One question for each speaker. So Naimah first, yeah? Oh,
For your question.
you want to, maybe that's not working. Yeah.
No, thank you so much, Pak Craig, for your questions, really. So the local communities in Sangihe, they did not specifically say climate change in their everyday life, but they noticed and aware of and experience and witnessing the overall ecological changes. So they know that usually angin timur, so this part would be hit by angin timur, so the eastern wind, they call it, that when the tidal floods would come to inland, would hit the inland areas. So while themselves not seeing or explicitly saying that we are adapting to climate change, they do have a sense of awareness, knowledge, and practicing that everyday adaptations. So not so jargony, I would say, less jargony, but doing the everyday act, everyday services. And they have not, I think, advocating this in a more structured way at district or provincial level in North Sulawesi. However, I would say the social capital and awareness overall over environmental protections, biodiversities in Sangihe is quite strong. So the networks of local NGOs, CSOs is very, I think, solid back there. There was one multilateral gold mining that having a bit of problem there now. And I know that the local communities have been advocating the Sangihe oceans as part of marine protected areas, and now just this year, it's being legalized as marine protected areas. So it's kind of provided another layer of hopefully protection from legal framework, legal perspective to significant land use change within the region. Yeah, okay. I will stop there. I hope I answer your question. Thank you so much.
And Djoko, would you like to answer Howard's question?
Thanks, Howard. Yes, you're right. Actually, the land subsidence in the long run will stabilize, as we observe in other major cities like Bangkok, Tokyo, through very high control of groundwater pumping and several engineering approach, they could stabilize. There was one PhD research in Semarang to prove that the cause of the land subsidence in Semarang is not because of rock consolidation, as I mentioned before, along the north coast of Java, consisting of coastal alluvial, which is still undergoing consolidation. But it was proof that natural consolidation is much lower than due to groundwater extraction, and the area is in the industrial zone here. Actually, I have several times discussion with the local government of Semarang. The head of development planning of Semarang actually said that we are aware of the importance of mangrove ecosystem and as well as environment-based planning, etc., etc. As I mentioned before, like 10 years ago, through Ascent City Climate Network, Ascent, actually, local government got exposed to the understanding of the importance of ecological approach in their planning. However, he said that we couldn't refuse, we couldn't say no to the national government decision. In this case, the project I mentioned, the highway seawall, is one of the so-called in Indonesia project strategis national strategic project, and I have several research and other part within the project strategis national. I can conclude that all actually what disregard the environmental aspect. So that's that. I mean, this is in the era of Jokowi's government. I think local government was put in the position that they can do nothing rather than just receive.
So in response to Howard, that it has to be a responsibility for that forward planning that's taken at the highest level of government. And I think that comes through very nicely from the way you talked about that problem of the interaction, and all of you did, between the different levels of policy and planning. Yeah, thank you. So Mia, would you like to respond to Afi?
Thank you, Afi, for the question. Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation about the National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change, the Rencana Aksi Nasional. So I was also involved in the various processes. That document really very important, but they pays intensive attention on gender and intersectional dimension on climate change adaptation. And in my opinion, and I articulated during the discussions, that it needs more attention on gender and intersectional dimensions of climate change mitigation, especially the structural mitigation that should be led by the state. I mean, and then the challenge is then how the other ministries, technical ministries, sectoral agencies really see that national action plan, not just, to pay attention on women, but how to allow them to think that that action plan calls for the really like a transformation of the framework, so that the management paradigm of the peatlands, I'm talking on the peatlands and other natural resources, is not just business as usual. Okay, business as usual, extractive activities, or if an extractive paradigm continued, then in order to be good in terms of gender mainstreaming, then okay, we involve the women. So that's my my critique, and the critique is not just because of this is a comment, but I had experience leading an expert team doing a background study on gender equality and women empowerment for the National Medium Development Plan 2019-2024. So all the experts, gender studies, very excited. So we did research on the problems of gender inequalities in each sector. So energy, forestry, infrastructure, and many different sectors. But then when come to the process of that national medium development planning, then reduce into just the involvement of women. Then the development paradigm, Pak Teguh, sorry, maybe you have heard also how our team is like, anyway, so the development paradigm continued, and we know that that paradigm then allow the situation of the gender inequalities and other social injustices continue to occur, and we think about gender mainstreaming only women's participation, and that's not enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And then, of course, you've got the problem of decentralisation. Anyway, we won't go there. Okay, we've got time. Okay. Oh, Pak Firman was very quick. Oh, goodness. And we have to let Ibu Dayu have a chance because she's the boss. Oh, online and one online. Okay, so there we go.
Hi, Firman from Indonesia Project. This question is for Naimah. In your research in Sangihe, did you also observe the same approach to infrastructure other than by the same community, other than to seawall, for example, waste management and water? Thanks.
Okay. Oh, have you got a mic? Oh. And then we'll do the online after Ibu Dayu. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is actually a comment, a question to Mbak Mia. Yeah, I'd like to be a devil's advocate here. But Mia, you were saying about equality, for equality for gender, and especially just now you mentioned mitigation. I'd like to pose a question. Doesn't that add responsibility to women, especially rural women, who already have a lot of burden, a lot of tasks in their hands? When I went to the field, I mean, not even women, they don't want more work. They don't want more work. Sorry, they only want to tend to their own land. The peatlands was like 10 kilometers, and it's not even their lands. They don't care, right? So I'm just trying to understand, if you put in the policy specifically that okay, women is invited to have a bigger role in mitigation. Doesn't that really add a burden to women?
Mm.
I mean,
well, you can think about that while we take an online question.
Okay. This. Okay, so we got an online question from Sultan Karisma from Victoria University of Wellington, joining from Wellington. For Naimah, could we adapt the Sangihe seawall model, which was built with community or society-based, for the planned giant seawall project that Prabowo plans to build along the northern coast of Java? Thank you.
You might like to comment on that too.
This question.
Hey? So who wants to go first? Oh, Mia, do you want to go first?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mbak Dayu. So that's why I suggest the approach is so-called gender transformative. So, in order to involve the women, yes, that's true. We do not want to add more burdens. So, what to do? So that's why the program, before they start the program, they need to do assessment. They need to really understand the gender norms, also the practices in the community. And then the parties who implement the program, either NGOs, then could start think about how to involve women, but at the same time not adding burden. How? So this is what the experience of the Desa Peduli Gambut. So the field facilitators for that programs, and I was involved in a series of giving training for them, is really start to give sensitivity to understand that involving women, not adding them, but really by slowly allow them, the women, to really negotiate. If the women involved, their husband need to do also core work. That's why it's transformative. So it's not adding burden, but slowly allow them to make changes, but not in a abrupt because culturally probably it will create problems. So it's really like implement the program in a way that gradually that transform also the gender relations. So it's happening actually, and then not only among the young men, but culturally in certain, for example, in certain Dayak tribes, actually men also do domestic work. However, they adopt, sorry, I am Japanese, but they adopt Japanese families from transmigration areas that, oh, okay, men do not do the domestic work. Anyway, but this is a simplification. But again, in order to not to do the gender inequalities for the program, like such as giving double burden and even multiple burdens for the women, we need to do a transformative process.
And Naimah, you've got two questions, and then Pak Djoko, you can comment on the wall. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mas Firman, for your question. So I did not specifically looking into water and sanitation, but I did live once in Sangihe during my time with Indonesia Mengajar back in 2012, 2013. And indeed, if seeing that through the cycle of infrastructure, so design, construction, operations, maintenance, and repair, let's put simplifications to see that cycle. And community-based kind of arrangement, community-based governance is pretty much, I think, profound, at least in Tahuna and in Beng Darat, where I live, is during the maintenance and small-scale micro-repair of that infrastructure. So for instance, Pamsimas, I don't know what's the old name of Pamsimas, but that's the provision of clean water, pipe clean water. Oftentimes it's being put in one pond where community could get that from that pond. The community would take care of that source of clean water for the whole communities. They have the arrangement to see who should do the small-scale inspection if there is any bocor, leakage. So they should tell the public works at the district level, because that's very scale. Some of the smaller island is really far, and many of them doesn't have internet connection, limited electricity. So it takes time before the information reach to the public works that could repair. But community hybrid, I would say, especially in the context of small island, hybrid governance, providing space for community to exercising their autonomy and agency and be involved as an active actor in development would be a way to go. In small island, at least I could testify to that. And on the second question for Sultan, really avoiding this question, but thank you so much. Yeah, I think I'll leave it to Pak Djoko. But just one comment. I think it's a great question, because one of my key findings is that scale does matter. Scale up provides, facilitates diverse constituents, diverse incentives, different contestations of ideas and interests. So small scale and large scale mega infrastructure, my PhD is on mega infrastructure, so very different with this one, and scale does matter, scale of intervention. It altering the who would involve, what interests, the time frame, the technicality, the so many other things that affecting how community could actually be involved and genuinely be given space to influence. Yeah, I would leave the hard one with Pak Djoko.
And thinking about the community involvement model, how do you think that would play in a big seawall on the north coast of Java?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I heard this plans since early 2024. I heard from the Minister of Marine and Fisheries himself. At the time, I said, be careful. It's depending on the design, actually, whether it means willfully hard infrastructure, or there will be a kind of hybrid. So since the government announced the plan, I think they recently started to say that, yes, actually what we mean by building giant seawall is also what combining with mangrove, etc., etc. But we are not clear yet, actually. But we can see from the indication that just after the big demonstration, major demonstration everywhere in Indonesia, President Prabowo still had to go to China, and after back to China, he mentioned that China will spot this. I don't know, what does it mean? Yeah. Yeah, that is why, depending on the model, if it is like included, you know, like in Semarang, actually the western part of Semarang, as I mentioned before, 2024 there is one local figure got Kalpataru Award. Kalpataru Award is awarded for pioneering mangrove rehabilitation on this case. Yeah. So quite strong bottom-up process, and then quite a lot people still depending on the access to the sea, fishermen, and then what fish pond owner. In the feed, they told me that I still can earn quite big money every day by catching the prawn, etc. But if then government exclude success circumstances by building the concrete infrastructure, hard infrastructure. So of course, yeah, the first one, mangrove ecosystem will all disappear along the north coast of Java. We're still undergoing problem. So, in my opinion, if we don't really careful, this is something solve. The solution actually doesn't really address the actual problem. The actual problem.
I think that's a very...
What is the problem? What is the other? The one is the solution. Doesn't match.
I think that's a really good point to finish, because I think that's a message that's come through all the papers this morning, that you know, if we're moving from these very grand visions and national level policy, international policies also in terms of you know, global plans for climate change that Indonesia signed up to. I think this morning we've had a very good illustration of the important ways that place-based communities and place-based knowledge is absolutely critical to anything being successful. I think it's morning tea time, so feel free in the next half hour to approach our three excellent speakers and ask them the questions that I'm sorry you didn't get to ask, and let's thank them very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll start on time at 10:50. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today on this beautiful, sunny Saturday Canberra morning. And my name is Naimah L. I'm the lecturer at the Indonesia project, and it's my honor to be the chair for this session on carbon market and finance. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Nganual and Ngambri people as the traditional owners of the land where we meet today, and pay my respect to all First Nations Australians and elders, past, present, and future. For today's session, we have 3 esteemed speakers, and I'm going to briefly introduce them. I'd also like to encourage you to refer to the conference program where you can find out more about their bios. So we'll have Pa Axel Michaelowa as a head of group on international climate policy at the University of Zurich, and we have Pa Dharsono Hartono, CEO of PT Rimba Makmur Utama, which manage a nature-based carbon initiative in Indonesia. We have Pak Daniel Murdiyarso, Professor of Atmospheric Science at IPB University and Principal Scientist at CIFOR IPB. Welcome. And each of them will present for 20 minutes, and I've been tasked to keep track of the time, so I'll hand them all sorts of cards. So in terms of 5 minutes to go, 1 minute to go, we'll make sure that we have sufficient time for Q&A until 12:20. Please prepare your hard questions for all the 3 speakers in advance. So without further ado, please welcome our first speaker, Pak Axel. Silakan.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with you at the Indonesia update. Actually, I also wanted to acknowledge, besides my work at University of Zurich, I'm heading a consultancy and think tank called Perspectives, so the work is coming from both these sources. I will discuss about a topic that has already been mentioned yesterday at various times, the international carbon markets. And I will try to give some background explanation what these carbon markets are, and then, of course, discuss why and how they are relevant for Indonesia. So I will first look back into the history, how these markets have unfolded, because it essentially has been a roller coaster ride. It's not progress from A to Z, but these international markets have really had their highs and lows. And then I will discuss how now the new carbon markets under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement have learned from the experiences of the past, and maybe the best chance so far to really engage in markets that have high environmental integrity and that also help the communities to benefit. And then on that basis, I will look into what have been the experiences of Indonesia specifically. Indonesia played a big role in the so-called Clean Development Mechanism. It also plays a big role in a bilateral mechanism with Japan, the so-called joint crediting mechanism. And to what extent do these experiences enable Indonesia to play an important role under Article 6? And how can this help, of course, Indonesian climate policy implementation in a broader sense, for example, in the context of the Just Energy Transition Partnership? So, just a short introduction. What form of carbon markets do exist? And there are 2 main forms. There's the so-called compliance market, and the compliance market exists on various levels. On the international level, defined by the UNFCCC system, under Kyoto Protocol, under Paris Agreement. Then we have, of course, carbon markets on national levels. We have them not only in developed countries, but also more and more in emerging economies. One example is the European Emission Trading Scheme in the EU. Another example is the Chinese Emission Trading Scheme. So a lot of these markets have been developing. There is a very good World Bank publication updated annually that gives an overview about these national level markets. And then, of course, there is also then the use of emission credits against carbon pricing, against carbon taxes. For example, Singapore is doing that. And then we have the voluntary carbon markets, and they have been discussed already yesterday, and we'll hear more about in that session, which are driven by private willingness to show that one is doing something about mitigation. But these voluntary markets have seen challenges. They have often been criticized to lead to carbon cowboyism. It's a term that has also been used in Indonesia. So these markets are in turmoil, and we need to see to what extent they can actually survive. Here I give my roller coaster curve. And you see the curve is going really up and down, like in the fairground. We've seen a slow start in the 1990s. We've seen a massive increase of carbon market engagement in the early 2000s, especially under the clean development mechanism of the Kyoto Protocol, where within 2-3 years, hundreds of projects were engaged in more than 100 developing countries. But then this mechanism ground to a halt in 2013 because it was criticized by the NGOs for not being of high environmental integrity and not leading to sustainable development benefits. And that's why key countries like the EU said, we no longer want these credits from the clean development mechanism to be usable against our domestic carbon pricing schemes. And that led to the downfall of the CDM. And then for a number of years, there was almost no action whatsoever in international carbon markets. Many people even thought they would be dead forever. But then in Paris, it was possible to have an agreement on 2 new forms of international carbon markets under the famous Article 6. But then again, it took a number of years to actually get the rules for this Article 6 threshed out. And this was highly controversial in the international negotiations. And only the COP in Glasgow in 2021 brought the first breakthrough, and the final rule decisions could only be made last year in Baku. So it took almost a full decade to get an agreement how these market mechanisms function. And in between, we had the rapid rise and fall of the voluntary market. In 2017, there was a small niche thing. In 2019, with the Greta Thunberg movement, suddenly companies wanted to be carbon neutral and bought voluntary credits like mad. In 2022, the prices for the voluntary credits were higher than the credits under clean development mechanism had ever been. But then there was the big crash again, criticism that these markets don't perform, especially The Guardian, the British newspaper, played an important role. But for some time, every week I got a journalist calling me, where do you see the next scandal in the voluntary carbon market? So, every journalist in the world was chasing the scandal. And of course, that led to a crash of prices in the most fields of the voluntary carbon market by 90%. And only very recently now we've seen a strong upswing in the fate of the Article 6, and I'll get into some detail with that. So we see it's a checkered history. It has had its ups, it has its downs, but one thing which is critical as a lesson of these almost 30 years, environmental integrity, environmental integrity, environmental integrity. Without that, these markets can't work. You don't trade oil, you don't trade pig pork bellies, you trade trust. And if the trust is not there, the market cannot work. Now just here, for those who have not followed this in detail, under Kyoto Protocol, where they had the first compliance international carbon market, we had 3 mechanisms. We had one mechanism for developing countries, the Clean Development Mechanism. And you note that under Kyoto Protocol, developing countries did not have an emission target. Then we had the projects in industrialized countries. And for those, we had the Joint Implementation Mechanism. And this Joint Implementation Mechanism, not many people remember anymore. But it was a very interesting mechanism because it had 2 tranches. One tranche was under international oversight, so there was a committee deciding on rules, deciding on project proposals, and then there was one tranche that was only managed by the countries themselves. And the history has shown that the tranche which was managed by the country themselves led to a lot of problems, a lot of very shady credits. Ukraine and Russia created 600 million credits in just 1.5 years, and these credits are not real. And that, of course, is a foreboding what we have under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, because there we also have one mechanism that countries can decide as they wish, the Article 6.2, and we have one mechanism with international oversight, the Article 6.4. And I would think Article 6.2 may suffer from the same problems than that first path under joint implementation, which had no international oversight. And also, an important lesson from Kyoto, the direct emission trading between countries doesn't work if there is a risk for over-allocation of emission budgets. Russia, Ukraine, Eastern Europe had a lot of surplus, and nobody wanted to buy this. Well, the Japanese bought a bit, the Spaniards bought a bit, but no other countries bought it. And so direct emission trading country to country is problematic. Now here you see the turnover of these Kyoto mechanisms. You see how they grew rapidly, and you see how they collapsed in just 1.5 years. And what one should note is Indonesia played a relevant role in the mechanism which it could play, the Clean Development Mechanism. It had 2% of all the projects under the CDM, and it also had 2% of all the credits issued under the CDM. That doesn't sound much, but it was number 7 of all countries in the world in terms of the number of projects and number 5 in terms of the credits. So it was not so bad because, well, China dominated, India then came second, and then there was nothing much afterwards. So, 2% is quite a good showing if one looks at what other countries, other big countries have achieved or have not achieved, actually. And interestingly, also there are now 14 projects that are candidates for so-called transition from the CDM to the new mechanism under Article 6.4. And if these would be transitioned, but that's a government decision whether to transition them or not, they would generate about 5 million credits a year. So it shows that even recently, the CDM was still quite active in Indonesia because there are certain conditions, cut-off criteria for those projects that can be transitioned. And again, the key lesson of that crash is if you have a lack of trust, the price will fall, the market will vanish, and therefore you need to uphold environmental integrity. Now here are the key elements of the new mechanisms under Article 6. So there's Article 6.2, the bilateral approach. The only international requirements are on reporting. So there are general templates, what needs to be reported. It needs to be brought to the UNFCCC. But there are no specific rules how to calculate the baseline, how many credits to actually allocate to specific activities, which activities types actually to accept from a government level. Whereas the Article 6.4 is actually the child of the CDM. It has an oversight body that operates exactly like in the CDM times. It also has the same activity cycle, the same type of external validation and verification. So it tries to learn from the lessons of the CDM. Critical criteria that exist for both approaches are, of course, the environmental integrity and the transparency. So also under Article 6.4, there are a lot of requirements what to report, but also to give justice to the CDM. I think the CDM was probably the most transparent international mechanism that we have seen. all the documentation was available, and also, there was not really a possibility to try to obfuscate information. What I want to like to stress is that if I had stood before you last September, I would have been so-so about the Article 6.4 mechanism. But there has been a huge regulatory advance in the past 12 months. And this advance has overcome a lot of contentiousness that we had in the past. In this supervisory body of Article 6.4, which operates for the last 2 years, there always was a lot of fighting between the representatives of developing countries and the representatives of industrialized countries about the stringency of the rules, about what to allow, what not to allow. Somehow, since last September, these cleavages have been overcome, at least to a large extent. And the body has been able to take decisions that I would have thought unthinkable 1 year ago. Strong rules on baseline setting, strong rules on the determination of additionality of the activity. And these are the two crucial elements. Additionality means that the activity is only triggered by the revenues from the sale of the emission credits, that it's not something that happens under business as usual. So, for example, if you have a renewable energy plant which is commercially viable, it should not qualify because it will be done anyway. And similarly, if you overestimate the baseline, and you've seen the scandals on the voluntary carbon market were a lot about this, you had really a loss of trust. And now the new baseline rules are really good. So I think that Article 6.4 will now become the benchmark of all international carbon markets. And I think it gives the chance to really now have a long-term stable approach to carbon markets. What you also should note, of course, that there are linkages between the voluntary market and the compliance market. So governments may, for example, decide under Article 6.2 to allow credits from the voluntary programs like VERA, Gold Standard, and there are so many of those programs. That, of course, may be risky because some of the methodologies of these programs are not of high quality. They are now trying to improve, but they definitely are not of the same quality than the methodologies the Article 6.4 would have. So the governments, and that includes Indonesian government, need to be very careful what to actually accept in terms of credits from the voluntary programs and then to give an authorization to become a credit under Article 6. Again, to underline, under 20 years of history, we've learned a lot about what is a good credit and what is a bad credit. A good credit is from an activity that can clearly demonstrate that it's additional, that has a baseline that is not overestimated, and we see a lot of problems, especially with baselines for the forestry and nature-based solution sector. There are initiatives, famous initiatives like the so-called R-trees, that have very problematic approaches to baselines. So what could be the futures of the international carbon market? I see one future where the voluntary market actually would vanish. Because if the voluntary market doesn't get its act together, it will be superseded by Article 6.4 and the good approaches under Article 6.2. If the voluntary market reforms itself, and there are some attempts to do it, and some of those are promising, then it may be working in tandem with Article 6. So help governments that don't have the regulatory capacity to check which activities are good and which activities are not good. And I am saying to all the developers who have been pushing for lenient rules, you're undermining your own fate. Like under CDM, there was a famous company called EcoSecurity, so I quoted on the London Stock Exchange at 400 employees. It undermined itself by shady projects, and it went bankrupt. Funnily, it has now, some of the founders have come back with the same name, and they try to hide their old experience. One thing that I want to stress is Indonesia is really a world leader in one form of international carbon market. That's the Japanese joint crediting mechanism. It is the country that has the largest number of projects in that pipeline. And the secret of the success is there was a very active secretariat led by Diki Hindarto. It was not encumbered by the politics that we see in Indonesian institutions. So that was giving enough leeway to engage with the private sector and get this big number of projects. So to conclude, where should Indonesia engage in Article 6? It should focus on Article 6.4 because that's where the highest quality will lie. It should be careful with regard to the nature-based solutions. And we'll hear from Daniel about blue carbon, we'll hear about the experiences in the voluntary carbon market. But yeah, I think Indonesia has a great potential in certain activity types like waste methane use from palm oil wastes or energy efficiency in buildings. We've heard about the real estate being a sector that could be relevant in the policy program. And there's a lot of cooperation partners that are waiting in the wings, and that could lead to Indonesia having a good future of international carbon markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ANU for having me. Thank you, Mas Budi, Madayu. It's been a privilege and honor to be here in Canberra. This is the first time I've arrived in Canberra, and I love the weather and the people especially. So today I will be talking about Indonesia. Let's see, are we okay? Oh, Indonesia forest carbon market. I know there have been a lot of that, particularly regarding the land use sector. So I think it's good to be the last few speakers because a lot of people will be talking about it, so I can just pick some of the things that has been said. So my name is Dharsono Hartono. I'm actually based in Jakarta. My company is PT Rimba Makmur Utama, which is a nature-based solution company. Today I will be talking more, to give you an idea of the introduction that we'll be doing. I know some people has been covering all these things, showing how important forest is for Indonesia in terms of achieving NDC, how the transformation of the government. So I'm going to break my presentation into three parts. First part is just talking about the policy. Second part, we're going to go deep down at project level where we show our Katingan Mentaya project. And then last will be more about the regional initiative and how we can put policy together so we can create a robust carbon market, particularly in the forestry sector. So this is just a regulatory framework that you see in Indonesia. For somebody, actually, we started our project way before this regulatory framework was put in place. Rezal and I started our Katingan Mentaya project in 2007. So, and then you see that now, since 2021, you see a lot of regulation have been put in place, whether it's the presidential decree, then the law stipulating about carbon taxes and exchange as well, and also other ministerial decree that has been put in place. I'll be happy to share these slides later for all of you. So I think in terms of the progress itself, you see this. People has been asking me, wow, Indonesia had a carbon exchange, was launched in September 23. But unfortunately, if you really dig into the how it's being traded, it's only launched for one day and that's it. No trade after that. But I think there is a structural problem that underlying the reason why it's not very successful. I think, like Axel mentioned, there's a voluntary carbon market, there's a compliance market. So in Indonesia, we have a carbon tax that is still being delayed. So technically, there is no demand on the market to absorb the credits. The only way that we see a project like us being able to sustain financially is to sell it to the voluntary carbon market. But unfortunately, the Indonesian believe that they want to create their own standards for this. Instead of adopting an international standard and start building a robust ecosystem, they believe that, okay, we have to have our standards, and then they only restrict to domestic buyers. So imagine you have two, the certification is already something that people question. The second is the market. Hence, since the launch in 2023 September, really no transaction. But of course, they try to revamp it again. In January 2025, we are also launching another, IDX carbon that allowing international buyer. But they still do not recognize international standards. So that market is also not really picking up. So just to give you an idea, this is where the barriers are. There's a lot of barriers in doing this, in a way that people say that people are very excited about building a project. Nature-based is like the place that everybody wants to be. They think that it's going to make a lot of money, it's going to be good for community. But I think there is a structural and barrier issue that we have to solve. Whether it's from the supply side, we see there's a fragmented market infrastructure. And then, of course, the demand that I mentioned, the weak demand is also creating. So there's really no incentive for project developers and to get into this business until there's a clarity of the regulation. But of course, there are opportunity that we see not in Indonesia, but also in the region where ASEAN is trying to put together more like a regional market, and particularly on the voluntary side first. While Axel mentioned how exciting 6.2, 6.4 is, but technically there is really no operationalized 6.2, 6.4 yet that we see. Well, we see that there is a robust voluntary carbon market today. So I think there's a lot of players in the region try to build coalition and try to work together, to see how we can work together in a ASEAN way. And then try to build a strategic potential, maybe even 6.2 between countries like Indonesia and Singapore and Thailand and other as well. But I think the bottom line is this is still so new for everybody. So we need a lot of capacity building for, not just the project developers, for the buyers, for the basically community, for even the government themselves. So, but before I get into more of the recommendation, I want to start digging into the project level. So in 2007, almost 18 years ago, I bumped into my business partner, Rezal, who actually introduced me this idea of trying to conserve a huge peatland forest. Like you remember, Mia mentioned that peatland, this is basically, imagine in 2007, we have seen how destructive peatland forest is in 97, 98. So Rezal's idea is, if we can conserve this very important ecosystem, providing sustainable livelihood for the people, and make profit by selling carbon credit. Thanks to Indonesia chairing COP13, REDD Plus was introduced. So now everybody talk about nature-based solution, but actually nature-based solution sort of like already a second, third generation before REDD Plus. Everybody talk about REDD Plus, now everybody talk about nature-based solution, but that's how we started our project in. The area itself, it's about 157,000 hectares. Just to be fair and be frank with you, when I started this project, I can never envision that I can manage such a big land area. It started from both myself and Reza were in our 30s. I never been to in a peatland forest before I started this, so it was kind of embarrassing. But I know how big 1,000 hectares is. But instead of looking into 1,000 hectares, we said we want to be a global player. And these two young Cornelian in their 30s is like, we have a dream, let's do this. But more importantly, is we actually try to do something that a lot of people cannot. That is shifting intent into action. I mean, all of us in this room really have good intention, really want to change, but seldom we really have that opportunity to do that action. So Rezal and I, in our 30s, we sit down, it's like, we have to do this. And then we managed to basically become the world's largest nature-based solution. Basically 18 years later, we have been able to sell our credit for 30 million tons in the voluntary carbon market. We have estimated that we can produce 7.5 million tons of credit every year. That's equivalent to 2 years, 2 million cars off the road. So I think the reason why we can do this, just to give you a little bit of caveat of how our journey is. It started from 2007. It took us 6 years to get our company license to operate. It took us another 4 years to get our first revenue. So if somebody said that, we are a startup, we are really a late startup. It's like it took 10 years to really build the revenue. But I think the reality is we see this from, again, shifting intent into action, from a good intention to help, that we survive. A lot of people say that, Dharsono, we must have been so good to predict all those things. I said, no. I think we're just too stubborn to give up. I mean, the fact is, I have to depend on my wife for for taking care of the family. I think this is important, and I think it is really privileged and lucky that we have an ecosystem in place that always support us. There are times that I'm already frustrated. There are times where I say that I'm going to give up, but there's always others that come to say that, no, you have to do this. What you're doing is right. And a lot of people will say that eventually, Dharsono, I can tell, eventually you will make money, that's why profit always comes last. So just give you an idea of the activity. So it's about 157,000 hectares of peatland forest. It's quite intact. There are 34 villages, so like a lot of peatland forests, people don't live in the forest. So in this case, our community lives along the river. There are 2 rivers, there are 34 villages. I see if I can use a pointer. This is the pointer? Yeah. So I'm going to talk about this little village of Tampelas later, but there are 34 villages around these 2 rivers that you see. And I think the heart and soul of a good nature-based solution project is about how we engage with communities. I mean, I remember when 2007, 2008, I don't even remember that there's a term of free prior informed consent at that time. Maybe there is, but what we're doing even at that time is already consulted with communities. We strongly believe that communities should be part of the solution. They should be, the one that we need to convince to work together in this journey. So I think this is just to tell people, a lot of people now thinking that running a nature-based solution project is easy, but it's actually very hard. I have to go to village by village to convince people, where there are communities who will be saying that, Dharsono, you are capitalist, you are neo-lib. I mean, these are things that, because they have seen that before in the past, but I think I was quite lucky. While I was the only employee of my company for 6 years, I got a lot of help. Like again, I got a lot of NGO people who are even in this room that have been helping us to make our success story happen. So I think I'm truly privileged to be here to share all this story. And I think more importantly, it can be done. So just to give you an idea of what basically, in terms of what we do, I think, we, of course, there's a biodiversity part. There's, we work, basically we learn from communities. This is something that where RMU and KMP does. I always think that we are not the smartest. I'm just coming from Jakarta. I'm here to listen to you, and I see if I can help you to become a better farmer, become a better fisherman, and really understand their culture and how they live. And in a way, if we can help them to become better. But of course, with the caveat that all these activities that they do, they should not deforest. I think it's about how we can restore it, not only about conserving, but it's how about to restore it. So there's a solar panel plant installation for albumin factory on the bottom right that I'll tell a little bit more detail. So this is, if you see that this slide is a last minute slide that I add. I wasn't planning to talk about this, but I think this is something that we want to share. So the idea is, what are we going to do with the carbon financing that we receive? I think the good news about historically since 2018 we've been able to sell carbon credit, we can use that finance to do something that is innovative. So there's a village that I mentioned to you called Tampelas, which is in the middle of nowhere in our 34 villages, about 500 households. And we found out that they actually like to, they do fish farming, a typical fish farming, which is a ikan gabus or snakehead fish. This particular fish contains a lot of albumin. So instead of typically we just basically help the community to produce, whether it's a fish or farming, we know that the logistic cost of this is expensive. So and there's no way that it's going to make it economically feasible if you can get an output and you ship it to the nearest city, which is going to take you 4 hours on the boat. So we start thinking, can we be innovative enough to create a product that is high value, and then we can use that product to actually make livelihood program. So I think, then the fact is, the amazing part is we know that if you do fish farming in snakehead fish in the pond, in the peatland will be restored. So whatever that we do in terms of livelihood is about how we can change and see things at affecting the ecological part. So that's why we started this idea of this albumin factory, but it's a very long process. It took us literally a year and a half to do just the consultation. Because again, it's about making sure that the community own this. It cannot be like us, the project developer, tell them what to do, but it's about how they feel about this project. So the vision of a facility that we have is also working with communities. So suddenly, if you look at this picture, you would think that this is not in Central Kalimantan in the little village. So basically, we built a cutting-edge factory operation with a solar panel. But not only that, while we're designing and working with the best architecture in Jakarta, we also realized that this village, 3 out of 12 months are flooded. So instead of creating just a factory, we're creating a disaster center. So basically with the whole participatory planning, the project development, and the remarkable infrastructure, we can really see that this can be a future village for a lot of Indonesia. I think just to give you a little bit of anecdote about how people react to this, I always tell people like me and Rezal, we are given the opportunity to dream big, to be this, basically pioneer in our space. But while I'm visiting a village in Tampelas, while we're still building this, I managed to talk to one of the small kids, and then I asked him, because they never see buildings. We don't even have a cement building in the village of 34 that we work in. But this little kid said, I asked him, what do you want to be? He said that I want to be an architect one day. So imagine for a kid the architect is not even a word that they understand. But the fact is we built something in the village, it's inspired him to be an architect. So I think this is the thing that we want to do. As a project proponent, of Katingan Mentaya project, our job is to inspire. I think it's not easy. Imagine, we have this middle of nowhere, we have to send a battery that is weight 1 ton. We have to send all this solar panel. And we empower mostly local communities. So a lot of the myth that people think that the local community don't do work, they cannot be trusted, we can actually break those myths. So I think we're privileged to have that. I'm happy to talk more about the project later. I will never finish. It's going to take me hours to talk about this, but I want to jump into the next few slides. So aside from the project, now we know that how successful the project is. But in the meantime, I think we have to build an ecosystem in the region. So while Indonesia was chairing ASEAN in 2023, I was given a privilege to actually start something called ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Market. We realized that this region, we have to work together to, basically to build a private sector led initiative so that we can actually do carbon trading among ourselves. So I was privileged to be part of this, regional ecosystem that was built. And we have, this is just, I'll be happy to, this is a lot of detail, but the idea is to build a ecosystem where we can have a supply and generation, the market infrastructure, as well as demand and assurance. So we can work together in country like Singapore, where naturally there are buyers on the market, rather than depending on buyers in Europe or in other regions. I think Singapore can be a very strategic partner for this region. I think, just like I mentioned, it's part of our, this is a part of what we call Carbon Center of Excellence. There's a knowledge gap that we see in the market. So working with, with Bloomberg now, a few institutions that we see that we have to build, because as simple as what is carbon credit, people might not understand. So I think this is important for us to build a kind of center of excellence so everybody can can understand the whole concept, and particularly showing all the great projects in the region. So I think the key to build strengthening Indonesia market ecosystem is lying into these three parts. There's the supply side, the market infrastructure, and of course the demand. If we can actually build this thing, there's a potential study saying that Indonesia can generate up to 258 trillion rupiah per year. So I'm gonna go for my last 2 slides now. I think I can hear a ring bell. So again, supply, marketing, and demand. This is more detail, but the idea is, Indonesia already in the forefront. The fact is right now we are still looking to revise our presidential decree, but I'm very optimistic that the government, unlike the previous government, do not believe in the voluntary carbon market. This government believes that carbon market is going to be one of the means to finance our NDC as well. So these are the policy recommendations that I have put in place. I think, but what I want to summarize is, the fact is, I was given opportunity 17, 18 years ago, and we are the world's largest project. I know, Axel, that there's a problem with nature-based solution. Of course, in any business, they're good, they're bad, and they're great players. Unfortunately, with the expectation about voluntary carbon market, few bad players basically jeopardize the whole industry. But the good news is now I think we see that the market starts settling in. The chart that Axel showed that the price has been going up and then going down, but I think they start picking up right now. But I think the moral of the story is, for Indonesia, this is a great opportunity. I think not only that it's a great opportunity that you can sell carbon credit, but it's a great opportunity that you can learn and value our natural ecosystem. I think previously I think Badayu mentioned that we still do not value our nature as well as we do. But I think in a project like Katingan Mentaya project, we can learn. Only by learning and doing things, people can appreciate and value. I'm very optimistic. One day, if we stop selling carbon credit, there will be the day where, at that time, net zero happened, right? But I'm optimistic that nature will survive and there will be other things that people value us. Because today I might be selling carbon credit, but in 20, 30, 40 years from now, when the carbon credit doesn't exist, I might be selling some nature credit or nature benefit. But this whole thing has to be done so that we know how to value nature. I think we still undervalue nature, and unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Everybody agree that we have to protect nature, but we do not agree on the value itself. And I hope that this journey can help us, transpire us to really understand that we need nature more than nature needs us. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you again, Budi and Dayu, for having me and the rest of the panel member here. I promise I will not tell you about market or finance. I know how to spend money, but I don't think I will be talking about that because that's not my specialty. And when we are talking about blue carbon here, certainly navigating it is very tough. Choppy water, as you can see here, uncertainties, and it's good Dharsono survived in a brawny kind of thing, but the blue ecosystem is quite difficult, and we are entering on that with the very currency to sell or to exchange, which is knowledge. So I'm going to talk more about the science behind it. How can we argue that this is doable and profitable for both nature and people? So, are you feeling blue? Right. Only the day before yesterday, we heard this from Mongabay that they find difficulties while doing research. There is no regulation. And we've done the research for the last 10, 15 years on blue carbon, and the regulation is not there yet to convince that this is going to fly. So this is the challenge that I'm going to share with you and perhaps get feedback from you and help, especially government of Indonesia, when they are trying to put this together in the regulatory framework. So trying to help the governance system as well with the numbers that we produce. So before going through this process, people were confused about the new color of carbon here. What is blue carbon? So it was coined in 2008 when I think it was UNEP started off looking at the richness of seagrass, mangrove, and salt marshes. We do not have that in Indonesia, salt marsh, but they have a bit of seagrass continuing with mangrove. And mangrove is plentiful. Indonesia is the capital of mangrove. And the second is Brazil, and then the third is Australia. So almost a quarter of the world mangrove is in Indonesia. But they are facing a lot of problems and challenges in the past 40, 50 years. The size or area of mangrove has been halved since 1985 to 2005 or 10. So we try to enter into more detailed kind of information. How can we do something to start with by generating numbers and science behind it? But after that, 2008 kind of rumor or conversation about blue carbon, we were sitting in Rome in Paris during the COP21 with the Australian government, and we tried to help and coordinate the work around blue carbon. And the Australian Minister of Climate Change at the time stated the establishment of international partnership for blue carbon, which is hosted here in Canberra. So it was quite a pivotal work when we provide this platform for countries to work together. And today, I think the member is more than 60 member, and you work very closely with each other. And I think yesterday and today, they are having a meeting in Sri Lanka, so I missed that one, so I have to spend my time here. So it's almost every year, the IPPC group and also Blue Carbon Scientific Working Group work together to update each other about what's going on in various ecosystems. So when we did start that work about 15 years ago, we questioned ourselves, and we put it together today after 15 years or so, if mitigation and adaptation can be done together before COP21 produced NDC, which is combining mitigation and adaptation in one agreement. So both measures have the same footing. We were thinking that coastal zone where mangrove, seagrass, and salt marshes can play a big role, a dual role, to do both mitigation and adaptation. So we should also think about the potential of below ground carbon. So we have to think beyond the canopy, so going down, deep down, to see if there are any treasure below the ground, including in peatland. So mangrove is very rich. And we found out that back in 2015, we published our work for Indonesia. We work across the country in many different places, which we consider as a baseline or undisturbed situation. And we found out that it is very rich and potentially can help mitigate climate change if we do something properly, especially on the conservation. This is not a banknote, but very precious label here that 1 hectare of mangrove ecosystem worth more than 1,000 tons of carbon per hectare. I pause. So if you're thinking about pristine tropical forest, it's only 300 plus. So 3 to 5 times more condensed carbon if you think about preserving the below ground carbon. So, but that's the beginning of the problem today, because people understand it that amount of massive amount of carbon below the ground is something that we can gain in a relatively short period. No, it has been accumulating for years and can be removed very immediately, and will be gone in, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. So the message here is that it is potential to mitigate if we both restore the degraded one. You can gain a lot of, carbon from sequestration, but also protecting the storage, which is huge. The problem here is we are talking about project. Normally they are talking about the amount of carbon sequestered when the project is introduced. It's very little, tiny amount. So if you don't include the below ground carbon, then the project will be very miserable. People will, be very disappointed because that tiny mangrove trees will sequester very little carbon in many years. So the idea here is proposing to have both restoration and mitigation together. So you can have a larger project size, which also able to avoid the possibility of having leakage in the entire landscape. Because the next culprit, if things happen in the degraded mangrove, which is not productive anymore, they will encroach to the protected ones. Indonesia has a very big project financed by the World Bank loan, $300 million, expect to restore 600,000 hectares of mangrove. But we cannot find that area in Indonesia, even if we have 3-point-something million. But to restore it that size is very difficult. So the message here is that if we conserve this huge amount of carbon, more than 3 billion tons per hectare in the entire countries, we have a big chance to reduce the emission up to 200 million tons a year, based on this historical baseline, which is almost a third of Indonesia land-based emission. So think about reducing emission or lowering or reaching the emission reduction target of 500. This is the potential, if we can do it properly, including avoiding emission from below ground carbon. Again, this is science which is not easy to convey, even by scientists themselves. Sometimes it's misunderstood. So we need a lot of people to help how to communicate this message across when the formulation of policy will be made, including Dharsono mentioned about the revision of presidential decree or presidential regulation number 98, sorry. Right, so we expect that the understanding about protecting as well as restoring carbon have similar or equal footing there. Then sorry, a bit too little, too small to see, but the message here is that we can use Indonesian base or Indonesian number, we call high tier emission factor, to calculate what we are doing in various landscape situations, including degraded, abundant aquaculture, so that the number that is produced by the IPCC guideline back in 2013 can be improved. And countries and projects usually prefer to use high tier emission factor. And we did provide that for the entire potential Indonesian project. And that's went across to the country when we look up the deforestation rate in the past 20, 25 years ago. So in the left-hand side is the size of, roughly speaking, deforestation or loss of forest cover, mangrove forest cover in the past 20 years, which is can be divided or classified into different, what we call, sorry about this technical term, geomorphic setting. Different, if it is atoll, if it is estuarine, if it is riverine, there are different distribution. We try to classify those into 5 different groupings in terms of the setting. And then we look at the driver. What are the driver to reduce the size in this particular geomorphic settings? And then at the end of that graph, you can see that there are potentially area that can be done for restoration because it has been degraded, it's been reduced in terms of cover, and group them into 3 different kind of opportunities, because in that situation, it is very much related to the tenure or ownership of the land itself. So if we plot that up in spatial term, one can find where we can do project restoration and conservation across Indonesia. So we provide this in a website that we use to help district government or agencies, subnational level activities to be doing to restore and protect mangrove. So one can look at this in a relatively high resolution. It's 30 meters resolution, so we can pinpoint where the area you can use for restoration as well as conservation. So that's the mitigation part, the role of mangrove to mitigate by reducing emission or increasing the potential of sequestration. On the adaptation side, many people talk about Semarang area, the Mark area, which is flooded and inundated because of both sea level rise and removal of mangrove. One thing which is not considered properly is the removal of mangrove causes 2 things. One is the potential of trapping sediment. The second one is that once it is removed, or the tree dies, then they will subside. The root system will not allow the trees to stand, and the entire landscape will subside. And it's very dramatic kind of change in terms of level. So they're facing double jeopardy here. Removal of trees can cause subsidence, and also the geologic subsidence, as well as sea level rise. So people in the Mark area put up this house not on a stale anymore. It's quite an investment. If you can see the material used here, and suddenly they don't get any help or subsidies from anybody. They have to pay it themselves. So it is quite stunning when you look at this in the entire village. Those who can manage, who can afford to do this, they will do it. But the rest, you can see, is just below, about 2 meters below their house. So when things happen in terms of sea level rise, only few survive. We were talking about seawall. They don't survive. I can convince you that it's only live for a few years. You have to have natural green belt wall to be able to, permanently helping the hinterland to be protected. This does not last for long. Anyway, so the amount of sediment that we try to figure out here is quite significant. In many places where mangrove exists, you can see here they managed to cope with increasing sea level, even with the regional one, the local one, they are able to protect the area behind it because it's higher in terms of rate of accretion of sediment compared with the increasing sea level. And at the same time, in that sediment, it contains carbon. So you can see here about 5,000. If the rule of thumb is that if you have 5,000, you take 2 decimal parts, so it's about 50 tons of carbon. If you have 5,000 grams of carbon there, it's 50 tons, something like that. So a lot of carbon will be sequestered by the sediment, and at the same time, sediment trapping help the ecosystem to be higher, even higher than the rising sea level. Right, so this is another part of the services that mangrove can do by providing potential livelihood for shrimp farming, mud crab farming, and many other things, which is also very much related to the livelihood of local people. So adaptation has many phases, especially to help local community to survive from the disaster. Last, I think the idea here is also to promote the project to have to be able to quantify the biodiversity benefits. If that is related to the role of mangrove, then it will play like a restaurant for migrating birds, water birds, because they are flying away for a long distance and they need to stop somewhere. If there is no mangrove, they won't be able to hang out there and have food. So if mangrove is removed, they won't stop. And I don't know where they will be stopping to get food and, play something. So having mangrove at the same time in the flyway of the migratory birds is very important, and this can attract tourism. And if things are, planned properly, it's not only carbon benefits, but also biodiversity benefit, conservation, and also many livelihood opportunities for local community. Beautiful and handsome proboscis monkey is very attractive. It's only in Kalimantan and Borneo, in the entire Borneo. No other places can, display this kind of beauty. Now, this is the only piece I'm going to talk about governance. When we are trying to push this into the process, we have numbers, we have, science behind that, but the governance system, when they try to develop project, is not easy to follow. This is the project cycle, and it's been put very neatly in the document. Somebody mentioned about registry and the certificate granting, but it's not working when you are comparing with the international standard. So we try to help harmonizing them, and how to do that, and have to have comparison between what is needed by the global market and what is needed by the national interests. So we provide that kind of methodology, how to harmonize the two, and still working on progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the speakers for very exciting and then amazing presentations. And then now we have really up to like 20-30 minutes for Q&A. Please raise your hand. And I'd like you to briefly introduce yourself and then ask a question with a question mark. So probably one gentleman at the back, and then Afi, and then another one. Yeah, the lady. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentations. My name's Jeff Nilsson from the University of Sydney. I've got a question for Daniel, and I sort of came up as well when Pat Djoko's presentation earlier, and it's the potential for, I guess, these nature-based solutions to address the critical challenges, particularly in Semarang and Demak. And so I've been visiting there the last couple of years, and where I've visited a few of the villages where they've been doing some of the mangrove replanting. And the overall feeling I get is that mangrove replanting is not going to cut it. Is that sort of the rate of change is just too dramatic. You're looking at 15 centimetres per year, and the plantings are being swamped, literally, by water. And so I guess my question is there a point at which you need to sort of look at alternative solutions? And I'm very sympathetic, of course, to the idea of mangrove replanting, and I'm sure there are numerous contexts where it's highly appropriate. But I guess my question is quite specific to Semarang and Demak, and perhaps other parts of the north coast of Java. Is it going to be enough to address the really severe challenges and rates of change that we're observing there? Thank you.
Then the second one. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And my question goes to Axel. As you know, that climate change mitigation is about how all of the stakeholders engage in these activities, and then it is about global actions. As you mentioned that there are so many requirements that everybody have to fulfill in. So how actually, based on your opinion, that's what should developing countries and also developed countries have to do to engage more voluntary, as you know that carbon market is about voluntary activities. And then small question to Pak Dharsono. How
Just
then,
one question, please.
Oh, okay. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Afi.
Thank you so much. I'm Afi, advising for Justice and Equality Climate Works Foundation. Just have one question. So in all of the business model, you need to have certainty. In this business, there's lots of moving parts and uncertainties, and how you mitigate that in a sense of where the government giving you reverse incentives, where, you know, the preman and people who, like Haji Isam, who is receiving the president's highest medal of honor in this country while destroying the environment. How does that count into the equation, and how does that give you the certainties? This for three, not just for Dharsono, but for the three.
Yeah,
thank you.
Who would start?
Me first? I'm a businessman, so business certainty has to be there. But like I mentioned earlier, certain business, I think this is a new business that people look into, I feel. When you're really a long-term business entrepreneur, business player, you have to look at what's the purpose of you doing business first. I think it was very clear for me and Rezal that we want to show to the world that we can change the way we do things, that we can conserve and restore a huge, important ecosystem, and then we are betting that we're going to make money. So I think, you know, if you look at the trend, the purpose is very clear, that we want to do the right thing. But unfortunately, people tell me not everybody have like your perseverance. So the idea of us today, the idea of me and Rezal and people, the big family of Katingan Mentai Project, is we want to inspire all of you to really do this. When you have a business proposition that you are solving two things in the world that I feel that is important, one is climate, two is inequality, stick with it, because it will eventually get paid off. But of course, it's easier said than done. Will it be 5 years? Will it be 10 years? Will it be 15 years? I mean, I'm lucky. Just to tell you the story, it took us literally 8 years to get our first sales, or 8 or 10 years. And then we've been able to sell it for 2 years, and then now we haven't been selling any credit the past 2 years again. So things are always up and down, but I think it was a very clear signal that we are doing the right thing. We have a right ecosystem that help us, and I'm very optimistic with the new government that, you know, this Perpres 98 will be revised, and, you know, things like volunteer carbon market will be incorporated. So I know, you just have to start to be what we call bahasa Indonesia keras kepala. You just have to keep on doing it and find the ecosystem that help you to continue.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this mentioning of the voluntary nature of market. That's critical because both sides need to benefit. The seller needs to benefit and the buyer needs to benefit. The buyer needs to benefit that he has access to lower cost mitigation than he would have if he would only have the national level mitigation. And the seller needs to have some real benefit. And I heard Preman, yeah, there's no real benefit if the Preman just hit and run. So make sure, and I think that's the government's task, that there is a balance in the benefits for both the buyer and the seller. On the second issue of the uncertainty, yes, uncertainty kills the market. And I hope that with Article 6.4 rules, now setting a good benchmark of quality, we'll reduce the uncertainty. I totally agree with Dharsono that the uncertainty has been crippling and he has suffered from it because, yeah, initially everybody thought you turn nature-based solutions into gold, and now it's about the perseverance and the good quality projects.
Comments?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think planting trees or mangrove is not the only solution, especially when you planted the wrong species, which is what's happening now. Everywhere you plant Rhizophora, which is not the proper place for it. Even I watch with my own eyes, when there are other species, they remove them. Already growing naturally, they remove it, because the project will be counted successful if you plant the number of trees supplied to you. This is a very sad story, but that's happening. In the Mark area, the situation is so bad because I think the new, they call it toll, what is it? The highway going through the sea, they planted a lot of bricks, pillars of concrete. And that changed the current, the direction and the speed. And it's affect a lot on the little work on planting or even protecting the existing seedlings. So that kind of thing is not put in the equation when you are talking about bathymetry or the current direction and speed. So the bottom line here is this kind of restoration has no place for short-term thinking. It has to be a long-term thing. You cannot evaluate it until 5-10 years. So it won't survive in one single government term or even double term. So it has to be put there for long-term kind of plan. Thank you.
Now we open for another second round. There's one question from online. And then there will be the lady at the back. And then there will be, one gentleman, in black.
So thank you. We got questions online from Julia De Lorenzo from DFED for Axel. Which voluntary standard, for example, FERA or gold standard, most closely aligned with Article 6.4? And what do you think of the International Maritime Organization, carbon markets designs? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Intan, a master student of corporate public policy. I want to ask to Pak Dharsono, because you mentioned about the community engagement. That's really interesting. And how could you manage the community engagement, especially like after running and getting the consent from the people, especially about like how the benefit sharing mechanism with the community? Because I think it could be one thing that create the conflict as well. Thank you.
My name is Febri from Griffith University. My question is to Pak Dharsono. As I understand that carbon market is now out of picture in our NDC document, right? And when you say that we have low demand in domestic demand, but it's not that because the government doesn't try to induce the demand, but we try to have the carbon market. It hasn't been executed, and the ETS, the compliance market. We have permanent SDM since 2022, but hasn't been executed yet. So as a private actors, private players, how do you see the future of Indonesian carbon market? When do you think that Indonesia will have like ideal carbon market with good price and yeah, with everything? Thank you.
Yes, I think the gold standard aligns most closely with Article 6.4. I'm in close contact with them. By the end of the year, they want to have full alignment. And with regard to the IMO system, the IMO system is very innovative. It's a very interesting mix of energy efficiency standards for ships with a carbon tax and some offset elements. I just hope, because US has now threatened to, that every state who accepts the IMO system will suffer from the sanctions of the US, that the IMO will be strong enough to implement the system. But I think it's really a way forward for the maritime sector. Thank you.
I think to answer the community engagement question, I'll share with you what we have been doing. So again, whether you call it lucky or unlucky, I was the only employee of RMU for 6 years, right? And then of course get help from a lot of other NGO and others. So I managed to go to the village myself and talk to the community, which I'm very, very fortunate to be given that opportunity. And one thing that we followed from the beginning is about purity of heart to help. When you are pure, you want to help people, I think the community can sense it. So I remember one day, the community raised his hand, one of the community raised his hand and said, "Pak Dharsono, is your phone number 6281-697-6294? And I said, how did he find out? Oh, maybe he just found my business card because my business card has that number. But instead of saying that, okay, this is my number, I actually said that, yes, that's my number. I'm going to give everybody here today my business card, and please feel free to contact me. I only have one number in my life, so basically I'm that transparent. But in the meantime, I tell the community, I only ask for 2 things from you. 1, don't ever ask for personal donation. 2, well, I was kind of pachanda or teasing. I said, don't ask for telephone credit. For some of you who understand Indonesia, it's called pulsa at that time, right? But the great story about this is I met thousands of community. Until today, nobody ever asked me for personal donation. And then, since then, the CEO of the company became the PIC for community. So now everybody has my number. Every single person, we even have create calendars, PT Rimba Makmur Utama, please contact Dharsono, and that's my number. So I think talking about benefit sharing, to answer that question, it has to start from trust. Without trust, there's no benefit sharing. So I think it's very important to build that trust first. And I was very fortunate. And of course, it's a work in progress, right? I think the people, it's a sensitive issue about benefit sharing, but I always tell them, if I make all the money and you don't, or you don't get the benefit, you're going to burn the forest. But in the meantime, if you make all the money, if I don't, then I have to leave. So I have to find a balance of how we find this benefit sharing. So I think that's a concept that, of course, ongoing. But I think that with transparency, communication, and accountability, we can actually build a proper benefit sharing. Because I believe that it's not a hard stone thing. People always like, oh, I have to be this way, I have to be that way. But I think we have to be basically humble enough and really learn from the communities because they know best what they want. That's number one. I think with regards to how the domestic market of Indonesia is very creative. Instead of having just pure a carbon tax regime, we're doing a carbon tax and offset regime. Right? Carbon tax, I mean, instead of having a cap and trade, we do cap and trade and tax. So unlike the EU, when you talk about carbon trade and tax, Indonesia basically saying this way, you are allowed to pay, I think, 30,000 rupiah per tons of carbon emission that you created, but you can also replace it with offset, like project from us. But that means that the ceiling price of a project become $30,000. Right? Unfortunately, with $30,000, not every project will be feasible.
So theoretically, domestic market is still a long way away for project to be able to come online. But the good thing is there is a voluntary carbon market today that being able to pay and for project developers to do this, and the prices are ranges from $6 to $10. So I think, I always tell the government, we have to be flexible in terms of modality. You look at the demand, you look at voluntary carbon market, you look at 6.2, you look at 6.4, you look at JSIP. Do everything, but not one exclusive or the other. Because Indonesia is such a big country that you can do everything. You can look at result-based payment. If you can alienate certain area, for example, in the national park. You can do nature-based solution for voluntary carbon market if you already given the license to the private sectors, so that there's a certainty of doing business as well. And you can look at other things as you go. So I think the good news is the new government is very, very, very open about this. And I think we are really looking forward for the revised presidential decree, and hopefully by the end of the year that we will see all this great news that I'm sharing with you today.
Daniel, you want to comment on commodity engagement for blue carbon?
Well, I'm not a social scientist, but I work with community to collect samples. But along the way, when we work with them, the idea is really transferred to them that when they can do something like this, it's not scientific, but very technical thing to get help from them. Then they start questioning us, what is it for? And then they start, what's in it for me? Okay, and when they are aware of how difficult it is, maybe it's a good time to tell them how important it is, the asset that they have around their homestead. So having the privilege of working with them physically, you have also the opportunity to tell about their future, their importance in this kind of business. Questions a lot, especially when you are talking about credits. That word credits really means a lot for them. Thank you.
I think we have another round for questions, so one will be online. There will be Debbie, then Craig. Online question?
Okay, we got questions online from Lu Bendik from Universitas Kristen Indonesia UKI for Pak Dharsono. Given that peatlands in Kalimantan are highly fire prone, how effective are RMU's fire prevention strategies, particularly during El Nino years? And how vulnerable is RMU to fluctuations in carbon credit prices, and how do you address it? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for Pak Dharsono. Thank you, Pak, for keeping persistent since 2007 doing a noble work. My question is, I can see that now you're also like a chair of ASEAN Alliance of Carbon Market, but maybe you can tell us a little bit why April hasn't been part of it, since they also invested on Restorasi Ecosystem Riau, and I heard they also been, their carbon also been verified by FERA. So what sort of conversation at that level? Because as we aware, Buddha, you mentioned yesterday, currently large actors still dominating the landscape, level. Like, I mean, for you, we all admire you because you started as a startup, right? Like from the zero, I would say. But then for them, they are a very big company. They're playing in almost everything: forestry, agriculture, palm oil. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is for Axel. I'm going to put on my my best American accent for this. So, why trade carbon when you got crypto? I mean, now, I looked at your roller coaster, and we're currently on an uptick. And you started to answer this question before, but how much of a threat is the Trump administration and America's stance in their anti-Kyoto war on environment, and the fact that they're trying to sanction and tariff nations for compliance and environmental mitigation programs? Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen this before. We saw Bush Sr. repudiate the Kyoto Protocol. The rest of the world got their act together and got Kyoto implemented with all the beautiful mechanisms it had. Just repeat the same thing and don't listen to Trump.
I think the question regarding fire prevention and mitigation is actually, is the heart of what we do during the summer. So you have to remember this area of almost 200,000 hectares. Historically, certain area is always prone to fire. We've seen fire all the time. So if you look at the satellite of our area, you can see that during the dry season, particularly the El Nino year, fires is always coming from outside coming in. So I think, the good news is because we have built a lot of social trust among communities, we actually can start having the initiative working with communities to protect their villages. So just to give you a profile of our company, we have about 200 full-time staff. And I think during the dry season, we employ another 800 people for community. Because we are helping, they become a patrol team, they become a fire team, because like it or not, changing behavior for community takes time. All of this fire is not natural. It's human-made. But I think it's about time that slowly, but you can see that less and less hotspot happen. But I just want to also tell and share the risk of the business. While we are the largest nature-based solution project being able to produce 7 million tons, in 2019, which is the last time we have this El Nino year, 3 days before the rainy season come, we've been guarding the area with hundreds of people. The fire, you can see, the smoke, you can see, and finally, 3 days before the rainy season, it went into our concession area. Thank God 3 days later, rain came. Because those 3 days, instead of producing 5.5 million tons of carbon credit, we only produced 5 million. We lost 500,000 tons in 3 days. And those losses will never be recovered. That means that the following year and the following year, our carbon credit production are going to get less. So I just want to share the risk of the business. People always think, wow, it's a lot of carbon credit. But you see the risk is also very high. But the good news is we've been able to work closely with community. We usually start our preparation even from January, even though we know that the dry season starts in July, August, September, October. And I think, the more they get used to it, the more we have a team, then they can understand. In the meantime, we're also promoting agroforestry. We're also promoting no burning, no chemical initiative. So you have to provide solution. You cannot just tell them, do not burn your land, but you also help them to become a better farmer. That's what we do. I know that people say that we are a startup, we're a bigger company, but I think I feel, if we want to work together, whether it's small company, large company, the conglomerates, we have to be together. But the key is where the government and civil society should be the judge. The reason why I say, for example, a large company like April or all other, if they start doing this and they don't do it right, they have bigger risks of their brand than this. So for them, I would encourage them to do it, because this is only a small part of their reputation. They're a small part of the revenue, but it carries huge reputation. Rather than trying to pinpoint, you shouldn't be doing it, I would rather welcome them to do it, because they already have the capacity, they already have a land that they want to conserve. And I think we just government have to be mindful that they are here to govern. And civil society have to be here to actually watch, including watching us, so we can actually get it right. Instead of preventing certain group not to do it, but I think it's about safeguarding. If technically, like Axel mentioned, the buyer will know whether you're high quality, high integrity. And automatically, if you're bad players, you'll be left out. So I think if we want to encourage people, it's a race to the top for everybody. Even us, we still believe that we want to learn. Then I think it's kind of lonely if you're by yourself. You want to have more people, right? Because what we're doing is the right thing to do.
apologize for those who raised their hand and then we can't really accommodate the questions. I think you feel free to approach the speakers after the event, and then please join me in thank them and give them a round of applause. Please stay in your seat. We will have another session for keynote address, so I'll hand over the chairship to Pak Acho.
Thank you for remaining seated. My name is Arianto Patunru with the Indonesia Project. We now move to the last session, certainly not the least. We're very honored to have Professor Ross Garnaut, Emeritus Professor in Economics and Business from the University of Melbourne and also Australia-National University. Professor Garnaut will deliver the keynote address on Australia, Indonesia, and region, and in achieving net zero emissions. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Garnaut.
Thank you, Arianto, and very good to be back here. I haven't been to every one of the Indonesian updates, but I've been to quite a lot, and most of the first half of its life, and very good to be back here and to see the project and the update in such good health. I thought I couldn't be here for the first couple of days. I've been here for the excellent sessions this morning, and I thought I'd begin with relating what I've got to say to some of the things we've heard this morning. But first, I'd like to put what we're looking at into a long-term perspective of global development. First, a quote from Thomas Edison, talking to two of the other great pioneers of the modern American economy, Ford and Firestone. That's nearly 100 years ago, foreseeing the time when world development would have to do without low-cost fossil carbon, oil and coal and gas. I think that's an important perspective to have in this whole story. If the world was relying on fossil carbon, coal, gas and oil for its energy, for reductants, for reducing iron oxides into metals, for chemical processes, then we would face quite a large constraint in bringing the whole of the international community into global development. We saw a foretaste of that with the growth of China, the longest period of economic growth for a large country that the world's ever seen, the strongest period of investment-led growth, 2002 to about 2012. And that put a very big strain on global markets for oil and gas and coal. The increase of all the price in all of these commodities was about 400%. Very good for countries that were exporting some of this stuff, but it really foreshadowed a challenge for global development if that's all that we had. So to bring development to all of the people of the earth, to raise the living standards of people in Africa and South Asia and the whole world to those of the developed countries today, we had to start bringing in other energy sources, sustainable energy sources anyway. Australians who know their history of economic thought know about Stanley Jevons, creator at the LSE of modern neoclassical economics, also the pioneer of quantitative meteorology, a basis of climate science today. Well, he started his career as a lad in the Sydney Mint and had a bit of spare time. So as the gold came in from the gold rush in the 60s and 50s and early 60s and of the 19th century, and was able to do the calculations that showed that there were regular mathematical patterns in climate that developed into modern meteorology. Well, Jevons is best known globally, he was best known in his own time for his book, The Coal Question, where he foreshadowed the day when Britain's preeminence as a global power would come to an end because the coal would run out. That was the wisdom of 1865. Well, it didn't happen then, and it hasn't happened now. But the transition to other energy sources was always going to be necessary if we're going to take high living standards development to all of the world's people. And the fact that we've made quite a start on the transition has eased those constraints already. The growth of renewable energy, the growth of the electrification, beginnings of it in transport. Now, more than half of the new cars in China are electric, and they can be moved to renewable energy. That's starting the process of breaking the link between growth in demand for fossil energy and modern economic development. And so we've started to make a transition. We had to make some time anyway. But because of climate change, we have to make it much more quickly. Relating some of these comments to the session this morning, I really found it a very rich couple of sessions. The first one on adaptation, community-level adaptation. And the comment was made in that first session this morning that the very big efforts, the heroic efforts that a number of communities are making to stave off the damaging effects of sea level rise, can only do a certain amount, and that this could be overwhelmed by larger effects from a failure of global climate mitigation. Well, that's a very big story. We're at the very early stages of climate change, and global temperatures are going to keep increasing until we get to net zero. If we went to net zero tomorrow, there'd still be some momentum some inertia in the climate system, so things would get a bit worse, even if we were at net zero tomorrow. Well, we're not going to be at net zero tomorrow. Global emissions haven't stopped rising. So the likelihood, unless we completely change trajectory, is we will be dealing with very great disruption. And that should be a reason for accelerating our efforts, concentrating our minds, but quite a lot of people seeing it as a reason to think that it's actually impossible to solve the problem, and that's the main message from the global gas industry and oil industry at the moment. Well, Australia and Indonesia share an immense interest in the success of the global mitigation effort. Australia, my work in the Climate Change Review in 2007, 2008 showed was the most vulnerable of the developed countries, partly because of our domestic conditions, partly because we live in a region of developing countries. And of course, Indonesia is in that region. A high proportion of the people of Southeast Asia and South Asia, and most of the great cities of Southeast Asia and South Asia are very close to sea level, very vulnerable to intensification of extreme climatic events. If we're at the very early stages of global sea level rise, we've only seen the very beginnings of deglaciation of glaciated areas, and only the very beginnings of it at the poles. That could accelerate very nastily if we're not very effective in the period ahead. Southeast Asia, South Asia are likely to suffer quite extreme pressures of movements of people, of disorder. So that gives us a very big shared interest in avoiding those effects. But we both also have large opportunities in the zero carbon economy. We will both lose our big fossil carbon exports. Australia and Indonesia are the two biggest exporters in the world of thermal coal, and we're large exporters of LNG, especially Australia these days. We will lose those exports, but in the zero carbon world there'll be a completely new pattern of international trade in energy. There'll be a new energy trade, mainly in the form of goods, because it's very hard to transport renewable energy amongst continents, and Australia and Indonesia can do very well out of that. Probably Australia even better. Indonesia better if it uses opportunities for cooperation with Australia on those things. We both have to recognise that we will lose the large economic contributions that are currently made by fossil carbon if the world succeeds in dealing with the climate problem. If the world doesn't succeed in that effort, then we'll be dealing with much bigger costs and much bigger consequences. The international community agreed in Paris that it would make efforts to reduce total emissions to net zero by 2050. And it did that because it had agreed on an objective of keeping climate increases, average increases in temperature across the world to as close as possible to 1.5 degrees. The 2050 net zero came out of the atmospheric physics, the arithmetic of the atmospheric physics. Of course, that assumed that we were going to get there in a straight line. If we're slow to start, we have to get there earlier. And we've been very slow to start. In fact, we haven't started at all if you look at the world as a whole. So net zero by 2050 is not quite good enough if you want to keep close to 1.5 degrees. We gave practical effect to the Paris Agreement in the meeting in Glasgow, held during COVID, a year late, but very successful under the unlikely leadership of Boris Johnson. And at Glasgow, Australia for the first time committed to a net zero objective by 2050. The US had a couple of years earlier agreed to that objective. Indonesia agreed within that international community for the first time to a net zero timetable, 2060, the same as China. India made what for India was a very big new commitment of net zero by 2070. That doesn't quite add up to net zero for the world as a whole by 2050. The atmospheric physicist in climate resources in Melbourne, which does a lot of the work for the IPCC on the global target, said that if we all come forward by 5 years, those numbers can be made consistent with 1.5 degrees. If you look around the world and the detailed commitments that were made around the Glasgow meeting of the UN, most countries are not very close to the commitments that they made then. Europe and China are. China committed to a peak of emissions by 2030. It's starting to look as if they reached a peak of emissions last year, 2024. It still can be subject to variations with major climatic events, but probably they reached their peak 6 years ahead of the commitment in Glasgow. That's the good news. Of course, Australia and Indonesia are not very good news. Australian emissions, other than in the land sector, where there's some controversy about measurement and accounting, but outside the land sector, there's been no progress at all in the last few years, and very little progress since 2005. So assumptions that Australia can reach, expectations that Australia can reach a 43% reduction by 2030 are based on heroic assumptions about a change of trajectory, and that's without a change of policy, because we do not have the policies that will get us there, and we're currently discussing what we do about 2035. It's very important for the international effort that we make a commitment that's consistent with net zero by 2050, and that would require a reduction of about 75%. There's been some comment, including some academic comment, that this is not practical. Well, it's not practical because Australia doesn't have the policies in place to get us there, and so some people are saying, well, we therefore have to modify our objectives because we don't have the policies that will get us to those objectives. Let's be clear, the implication for that is that we're pushing against success for the world in dealing with the climate problem. And that's the situation that we're starting to get ourselves into. But the big problem of the world, of course, and it was discussed briefly at the end of the last session, is President Trump. What's happened in the United States is of great consequence. The US, the biggest, the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in the developed world, second to China in the world, about 1/8 of emissions. It had been making progress under a policy that depended enormously on budget finance subsidies that the rest of the world couldn't afford, but it was making progress domestically inside the United States under the Biden administration. Rather remarkably, in my view, that's all been repealed, remarkably because a lot of the action on renewable energy had been in states that voted for Trump, and that doesn't seem to have been a constraint on the repeal of a lot of the Biden measures. Trump has gone further than pull America out of international cooperation. As was discussed in the last session, the Trump administration is actively trying to kill activity in the rest of the world. It's saying that we've got a very strong draft agreement for the international maritime cooperation, which would put strong carbon constraints on use of fuel for international shipping. Trump is saying, we will penalise countries that do not withdraw from that. America itself has withdrawn. As was said at the end of the last session, I think it was Axel who said it, very important that we find a way for the rest of the world continuing despite not only US withdrawal, but US antipathy. Now this has difficult geostrategic and geopolitical implications as well as economic and climate implication. It's a really big and hard question, but let's be clear, the success of humanity in dealing with the climate problem depends on the rest of the world finding a way of holding together against the active antipathy of the Trump administration. An awful fact that has lots of implications. So we're at a point of crisis in international cooperation, both on climate, but just as much on trade, also on other issues like health. But trade and climate issues are very closely related because we won't be able to deal with the global climate problem with quite a lot of trade in zero carbon goods. We need open trade, an open trading system to make the climate outcomes manageable. The densely populated, high-income countries, industrialized countries of Northeast Asia Japan, Korea, China, and of Europe will not be able to get to net zero without very open markets for zero carbon goods, with Australia and Indonesia potentially suppliers into those markets. Even with the non-US climate cooperation holding together, we'd still have a big problem if trade wasn't holding together. Some ideas that were developed in Asia-Pacific economic cooperation, but especially developed here at the ANU with collaboration with Indonesian colleagues at CSIS and UI, have been very important in progress on global cooperation on climate change in the last dozen years. The idea from APEC of concerted unilateral trade liberalisation became the organising idea for cooperation at Paris, followed on at Glasgow on international climate cooperation. It's actually an essential idea for cooperation, especially in a world in which the United States is not participating. I've spent too long on my early remarks, so I'll race through the rest so that we don't get further behind. But concerted unilateral climate mitigation works pretty much like concerted unilateral trade liberalisation worked in APEC, when APEC was working effectively. You get agreed international goals. In trade, we had the commitment in Bogor of leaders of the APEC country back in 1994 under President Suharto's leadership, commitment to free and open trade by 2010 for developed countries, 2020 for developing countries, and then within that context, individual countries found their own combinations of policies to get us there. And we actually made very good progress on that for half a dozen years. It fell apart with the East Asian financial crisis and then the retreat into bilateral and preferential trade in the 21st century. But it worked very well through the 1990s. And that's the model for climate mitigation, agreed in Paris, given concrete form in Glasgow, potentially the way forward, but threatened by the antipathy of the United States. Our progress so far is too little and too slow even before the second Trump mitigation and the second Trump administration, and we're not going to be able to get anywhere near the agreed international goals without the rest of the world finding a way to continue cooperation on trade and climate without the United States to begin with. It's very important that we don't discriminate against the United States in trade or amongst each other on trade. Avoidance of doing anything that discriminates against the United States for not participating in the cooperative trade and climate arrangements is going to be essential to make it easier for the political wheel to turn in the United States. It may or may not turn. It's unlikely to turn unless the rest of the world accommodates US re-entry with a different administration with different objectives. It's in our interest to do everything we can to keep things open for United States participation in international trade and climate cooperation. Some comments there on how we're not making it yet. We don't have yet the commitments. We're not honouring yet our commitments. One important development is the big efforts that China is making. Note, this began partly as an industry policy and economic development objective, a realization of the Chinese leadership of the National Development and Reform Commission 15 years ago that if the world was heading to net zero, there'd be very big economic advantages in China making sure that it was ahead of the game in the technologies and the industrial capacity to supply the equipment for the new economy. I remember discussions in China 15 years ago where discussions explicitly about the electric vehicle industry saying, well, very hard for us to catch up and pass Detroit and Nagoya with the car technologies of the past, but if it's going to be a completely new technology and we focus first on that, then we've got a chance of out-competing Nagoya and Detroit, and that's what they've done. It began partly as an industry policy objective, hugely beneficial for the world, just reducing the cost of the rest of the world's decarbonisation, and being applied domestically to domestic industry. It's the reason why China probably reached a peak of emissions in 2024, not 2030. And there's an opportunity through the rest of us remaining open to trade and in a cooperative arrangement that includes China to join in that acceleration. I've mentioned there that the RCEP, the regional cooperative arrangement that includes the ASEAN countries and China, and opportunities for India, Australia and New Zealand, an opportunity for that to be the vehicle through which we accommodate expansion of trade with China, utilisation of China's industrial capacities, and China will become a huge import market for zero carbon goods, and Australia and Indonesia are potential beneficiaries of that. But within the framework of open regionalism, important that we remain open to the whole world, and given the advanced condition of Europe on both the institutions of decarbonisation and a lot of the technologies, doing everything we can to link to European institutions, regulatory frameworks is an advantage. RCEP hooking up to Europe in every way possible will make it easier for the rest of the whole of the rest of the world to keep going in the face of Trump administration antipathy. A few elements of Indonesia-Australia cooperation, keeping trade and cooperation on trade and climate open with each other is obviously the starting point, and I think that we can be important in ideas in climate cooperation just as we were in trade cooperation. A lot of the APEC ideas came from Indonesia and Australia. APEC is not, APEC still exists, although it's hard to imagine APEC moving forward on trade liberalisation and climate mitigation with US antipathy. But one of the features of APEC is that there's opportunities for plurilateral agreements, for subsets of countries to reach agreement and to do things even if some countries don't participate. We had the lucky fortune, the world had the lucky fortune that at one stage in history, about 11 or 12 years ago, we had graduates of economics at ANU as trade ministers of both Indonesia and Australia, Mari Pangestu and Craig Emerson. They put together a plurilateral framework for cooperation in goods relevant to climate change within APEC, and it was an arrangement that countries could voluntarily sign up to. Nearly every APEC country did, including the United States at the time. That would have been Obama back in 2014. and that actually made quite a lot of difference in keeping open trade in climate-related goods, inputs into zero carbon industries. It was very helpful. It could be extended. We'd be naive to think that America would be a positive participant for the time being, but there's a mechanism there for the rest of APEC to expand the Pangastu Emerson initiative to a wider range of goods, to keep things going, and to provide an easy framework for the US to rejoin in due course. 1 minute, Arianto says. So I'll focus on my last idea, which I've stolen from Budi. We had a very good week in Jakarta about a year ago, and talking about Indonesia-Australia cooperation on energy and climate change. One thing that Indonesia needs, and Budi's written about this, is it needs it for energy and development reasons independently of climate, but zero carbon is going to be easier if it does it. An inter-island grid with submarine connections, because most of the richest renewable resources of Indonesia are in the outer islands, in West Papua, in Sulawesi, in Kalimantan, in parts of Sumatra. So get that grid in place, and the rest of the world, the rest of this region should help Indonesia to get it in place. It's the sort of thing that Japanese, Chinese, Korean institutions can fund relatively easily. You'd end up using a lot of their capital goods. You'd even have them competing against each other to get a good price. Australia's got a very strong interest in helping that all join together. Once you've got that in place, then linking to countries on the edge of Indonesia becomes very easy. Of course, across the land border into Papua New Guinea, across the land border into Timor-Leste is very easy. From South Sumatra to Singapore is very easy. Once you're in Indonesian Timor and Timor-Leste, the connection to Australia is relatively straightforward. Once you're in North Sumatra, the links to West Malaysia are simple. Once you're in Kalimantan, the links to Sarawak and Sabah are straightforward, and you're not far from continental Southeast Asia in Thailand. So build the Indonesian grid with Australian strong support, bringing in the big money and the capacity in that sort of engineering from Northeast Asia. And we will have the beginnings of a much wider framework for trade in zero carbon energy that can be really important for Indonesia, using its advantages in a lot of the new zero carbon industries. It becomes an opportunity for Australia. It becomes a path to support for decarbonisation in the rest of Southeast Asia, and one day beyond that to other parts of Asia. Thanks, Budi, for that.
Thank you, Ross. Time for questions. One question per person. No speech, please. Pak Idris, Axel. Yes, you, the lady. Yes. Okay, Pak Idris, go ahead.
Right, Sharon Sia from the Crawford School at ANU. Thanks very much for your keynote. And I share with you the dismay at the state of multilateral cooperation. But given the state that we are in now, and the US being very disruptive and destructive in their actions, where previously they wanted to just withdraw from the Paris Agreement, but now just actually taking a sledgehammer to everything, I want to posit a suggestion to you, which may be offensive to our American friends. How can we eject the US completely from all of the international organizations that they are in? From the UNFCCC, so they can no longer be blockers at negotiations, and from the WHO, the IMO, because they're clearly not a constructive player anymore, in fact, a destructive player. And so I don't quite agree with this idea of not discriminating them. I think for the foreseeable future, even beyond the Trump administration, we need to think about how we can cooperate without the US in the picture, because they're driving us towards a prisoner's dilemma now, with threatening countries with additional tariffs.
Okay, thank you. Just got the mic. Or Axel, go ahead first.
Yes, as the sole European participant, my question to you is, you say, there should be collaboration with Europe, but Europe is currently under extreme internal pressure. You've heard about the difficulties for the 2040 European target. What signal should the Australian government, as the hopeful host of COP31, send to Europe to sustain the internal European debate, which is far from resolved?
Thank you. And Paidris.
Thank you very much for the inspiring keynote, Professor. I'm Idris Suleiman from the University of Canberra, and I'm working on the decarbonisation of electric buses in Central Java as a start. My question is relating to your comments regarding electric vehicles in China, where they have already 90% of electric buses actually running around. So instead of subsidies in fossil fuel transport and electricity, what kind of incentives would you suggest local governments or local manufacturing sector have can be recommended for them in electric buses? Thank you.
Pat. Please, Ross.
On the question of why not exclude America, we can't actually solve the climate problem without one day America rejoining the effort. It's 1/8 of world emissions. We could all go to net zero, and if that 1/8 continued, then global temperatures would still increase. So also, America is a very powerful country in many ways, and without US constructive participation in international cooperation, there'll be pressures for things to fall apart, and the only stable solution in the end will be for American participation, permanent. A permanent Trump-like antipathy to the rest of the world is not viable for the rest of the world, I think. Also, America's got most of the world's nuclear weapons, so it's got ways of making life hard for countries that it's unhappy with. Europe, yes. Europe is the lodestar. Europe has done best on climate, and the domestic politics of Europe on everything have become difficult, made more complicated by what's happened in the United States. But that increases the reason for us doing things cooperatively with Europe. One thing I'd like us to do, it would be very good for Australia, would be to go back to carbon pricing and link to Europe, to be part of the one system, as we were due to be. We'd agreed with Europe we'd be that on July the 1st, 2014, and Tony Abbott got rid of our system on June the 30th, 2014, one day before we were due to be part. That would help to reinforce, and I think that is actually the natural way for RCEP and for cooperative arrangements in this region to evolve, to each of us link in with Europe. It'd be very good for Indonesia to have that sort of anchor very good economically for Indonesia as well. And it could become a vehicle for Northeast Asia to connect to Europe, not directly, but initially through participation in Asian regional matters that themselves were linked to Europe. What can Australia with COP31 do to that? Well, this Australian dreams that we could recognise our national interest in strong climate action, in use of our comparative advantage in new industries in the zero carbon world, recognise that we would be better off economically as well as better off for climate objectives in moving quickly to a set of policies in Australia that were consistent with getting us to net zero by 2050. That would include carbon pricing. An announcement in Adelaide in 2026 that we were doing this and we were restoring what we broke in 2014 would be a wonderful step forward. And then EVs for electric vehicles for Indonesia. Well, first thing is get rid of those horrible subsidies for petroleum, which are a problem for development, a problem for equity, a problem for the budget and economic stability. So get rid of those. And then the second thing that the government can do alongside that is recognise the importance of the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. And in that world, it's quite likely that Indonesia, moving ahead with electrical vehicles, could find a place in the global trading system for some components of the electric vehicle.
Thank you. With apologies, I only have time for one more question. That's online question. Go ahead.
Thank you. We got online questions from Julia De Lorenzo from DFET. What is your view on green hydrogen's potentials?
Yeah, green hydrogen is the natural path, the economically low-cost path to decarbonisation of a number of industries. Most obviously, iron and steel. Carbon is used universally in primary steel making in the world up till now, pulling the oxygen out of the iron oxide, which is iron ore, and leaving iron metal. There's one other atom and molecule that can do that, and that's hydrogen. And hydrogen will be the path through which the likely path through which we can decarbonise. If we recognise the social cost of carbon with the carbon price, then with the sort of support for innovation, pioneers in any new technologies absorb costs, develop knowledge that the rest of the world benefits from, so that those externalities need to be supported with fiscal support for the innovators. Put those two things in place, and in the best locations, a green iron from hydrogen has a role right now. That's discussed extensively in a big paper by the Superpower Institute published about 4 months ago, called A Green Iron Plan for Australia. It's on the Superpower Institute website. Other industries in which hydrogen is going to be crucial are in development of hydrocarbons from biocarbon. In that last very interesting session discussing carbon markets and growth of carbon in biomass, biomass is also going to be essential as a base for carbon and biocarbon in industries where you simply can't avoid that. And if you can sustainably grow and harvest biomass, beginning with the waste from palm oil, if you like, then the combination of that the carbon in the renewable carbon from biomass with hydrogen can make the hydrocarbons which can be the source of zero carbon, zero emissions transport fuels, and the base for chemicals replacing coal, gas, and petroleum. So that is the essential role for hydrogen. It's not the role that Alan Finkel and the Australian enthusiasm for hydrogen a few years ago had in mind. There was a lot of discussion of Australia of a hydrogen export industry developing to replace the LNG industry, big exports of liquid hydrogen. Well, if you paid attention in your high school chemistry, you'd remember that hydrogen will not liquefy until it gets almost to absolute zero, that the amount of energy you require to force liquefaction increases more than linearly the closer you get to absolute zero. So you use half the energy in hydrogen just to liquefy it, not like methane gas, which liquefies more easily. And you'll also know from your high school chemistry, if you paid attention, that hydrogen's the smallest atom and the smallest molecule, and it can seep out between molecules of steel, and so rather hard to transport. Now you can, there are special materials you can build chips out of, but they cost a lot. So it's going to cost 3 times as much to take Australian, very cheap hydrogen and use it in Japan or Korea or China or Germany. It will cost 3 times as much there as it costs to use it in Australia. So it'll be mainly used for industry and not as a trade in energy itself. The exception will be those small countries with almost no domestic renewable energy capacity, and because they're high-income countries, high demand for energy, like Singapore, like the economy of Taiwan, where they'll need to do some very high, expensive things, and importing hydrogen might be that. But mainly it will be as an input into industry for liquid transport fuels, zero emissions liquid transport fuels, replacements for petrochemicals, plastics, and for decarbonising iron and steel.
With that, please join me in thanking Professor Garnaut. And now can I invite Ibu Dayu to give her closing remarks.
Friends and colleagues, so we have now come to the end of this year's Indonesia update. I hope you have enjoyed the talks as much as I did and learned something from them. On behalf of Budi and myself, I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to each and all of you for your participation in this year's update. So in addition to the people who can join us in Canberra, yesterday there were 700 streaming views via YouTube, and this morning has grown to 1,400. So Axel, you're not the only European participant. There was at least one participant from Swiss who was tuning with us at 2 a.m. in the morning, and also somebody in Brazil. So we would also like to thank ANU and DFAT for their continued support of the Indonesia Update Conference. Our thanks, of course, go as well to all speakers, discussants, and chairs for their valuable contributions. We greatly appreciate that many of you traveled from abroad, Axel from Europe, Indonesia, a lot of friends, and other parts of Australia. A big thank you to the Indonesia project team, who you cannot imagine, your tireless behind-the-scenes efforts made this update conference actually possible. The first special thanks goes to our one and only Catherine Whitney. I don't know where she is. Oh, there she is. Please stand up. There's Catherine Whitney. And then Chacha, Intan, Javier, Pian, Flori. And also to our very enthusiastic volunteers, Ali, Faris, Uswa, Rama, Anjar, Christine, Essie, Angel, Siti, Karisma, Agung, and Fuad. Now a reminder to all our speakers, discussants, and chairs, we will gather for a group photo right after this closing session. So please remain in the room. Finally, our thanks also go to the Indonesia Project academics for their continued dedication. With that now, I hand over the stage to the Indonesia Project representative.
Okay, congratulations again, Mbak Dayu and Mas Budi, for successfully organizing and leading this year's update. We are all looking forward to your book. As we draw this conference to a close, it's my honor to introduce the convener of next year's update, Associate Professor Evanisa, who will share the theme and plan for next year's conference. Please.
Thank you so much, Pak Firman, and congratulations, Bu Dayu and Pak Budi. Okay, hi everyone. Before we say goodbye, let me leave you with a little cliffhanger for 2026. First, a huge thank you to the Indonesia Project and also Pak Budi. I'm thrilled to share that Professor Julian Mili from Monash University and I, Evanisa from Anthropology College of Asia and the Pacific here at the Australian National University, will be convening next year's Indonesia Update together. And today, I have the fun job of giving you the first glimpse of what is coming. So our 2026 theme is the pluralisms of Islam in Indonesia, or Islam in Indonesia. Yes, pluralisms with an S, because Indonesia's Islam is not a single storyline. It's a whole Netflix series with multiple plot lines unfolding at the same time. So here is the big question we will be asking. How does Indonesia hold together such a rich and sometimes chaotic mix of Islamic voices, from neighborhood preachers to viral TikTok ustads, from Pancasila champions to protesters on the streets, and still lay claim to the banner of moderate Islam? So next year's Indonesia Update will explore Indonesia's model of Islam and religious pluralism. Can Indonesia's interfaith diplomacy and minority protections keep up with rising identity politics at home and abroad? Politics, power, and Prabowo, the three Ps. Religion and the state. How Islamic organizations and political alignments have evolved in the first 2 years of Prabowo's first 5-year presidency. Gender, marriage, and LGBTQIA+ rights. The debates everyone is talking about and how they are changing everyday life. Media and youth, from Facebook to Instagram and TikTok. Why social media has become a stage for faith and identity. Islamic markets and finance. Faith meets business, exploring the growing role of religion in markets and state regulation. And building on this year's focus on climate change, a look at green Islam, how religious ideas are driving sustainability and climate solutions. It will be sharp, surprising, and maybe even a little provocative, in the best way. So please mark your calendars, bring your curiosity, and join us for the next year Indonesia Update for an engaging, timely, and an important conversation. Because pluralism, plural, are always more fun when we explore them together. Thank you so much, and see you all next year. Thank you.
With that, on behalf of the ANU Indonesia Project, I would like to thank each of you for your active participation and contribution to this year's update, and I formally close this conference. Thank you.